La, la, la. Hello, 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 everybody. Hey, everybody, come on in. Hi, everybody. Delicious. Yummy, yummy, yummy. Yummy, yummy, yummy. That's good. Try a little bit of everything real quick. I love that too. Oh my God, sweet potatoes. Yummy, yummy, yummy in my tummy. Yummy, yummy, yummy in my tummy. Hi, coming in, guys. Hello, everybody. Welcome, 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 welcome. Merry Christmas. Hey, Wendy Ray, how are you, darling? What's up? How you doing? So, how was your holiday? Spent one half of the day by yourself. Oh, Amanda. Hey, Amanda. I did too, Wendy Ray. My dad was in the hospital. He's still in the hospital, so I was by myself for most of the day too. I was with my dad, actually. Oh, you never made dinner? Oh, I'm sorry. What happened? I'm eating a lot of good stuff. It's like a big gigantic plate that my sister made. I'm finally settling down. I'm not staying with my dad tonight. He didn't want me to. He doesn't like us to stay there at night. Um, so he's out of the woods pretty much. He's not really. He'll be home tomorrow. I talked to the doctor before I left. And he have my number. Are you ready? Writing it down? I know. Um, so good. But he's better. He's better. A lot better. He's been in there since Monday. He was in there Christmas Eve, Christmas night. Hey Cheryl, how are you, baby? How are you, Cheryl, my love? Um, I'll be too. I'm eating, guys. Try not to eat in your face, but it's so good. My sister made like homemade mac and cheese. I'll show you guys. This looks so good. Look, like homemade mac and cheese. Yeah, like what my little skinny butt needs, right? My fat ass needs. Right? Mm. Yeah, I spent it with my dad, which is where I wanted to be anyway. Hi, beautiful. Um, with my dad, um, hanging out. And so I was just there. My dad didn't want us. He doesn't like us to stay the night with him unless it's really important. Like, oh, he's gonna be asleep because he's been up since 5 in the morning. Waffles. He said, "Merry Christmas, Waffles." He's been asleep up since 5 in the morning. He was getting really grumpy when I left. So, um, the hospital's like 10 minutes away. So I'll go back up there probably before I go to bed, and I'll check on him then, and I'll come around. I call him all the time before I go to bed and everything. So it is what it is. Kind of, sort of, I guess. I know, girl. I'm probably not going to eat half of it. I just think my eyes are bigger than my stomach. I'm so hungry. Hospital food's not that great, honey. This is good. Did everybody have a good holiday? Hey, beautiful. How are you, Shannon Rose? The real Miss Claus. How are you, Miss Claus? How are you, Shannon Rose? Look at this food my sister cooked, girl. This kind of stuff Shannon Rose cooks, y'all. Shannon Rose can throw down. Make the best red velvet cake you put your mouth on. How you doing, sweet girl? Shannon Rose. Shannon, is your show this Friday? Ah. Merry Christmas, Andy. Long time no see. Oh, you're gonna make spaghetti meatballs? I love spaghetti meatballs. I used to date someone, and their tradition was that they ate spaghetti meatballs every Christmas Eve. You just woke up from a nap? Shannon, I think you're my only mod in here. You and show. What time this Friday, Shannon? Shannon's gonna be doing a show. I'm so excited. I might try to go, Shannon. Have you heard from Lisa, Shannon? By the way, Jamie, have you heard from him? Called, wrote him question. Wrote him, called him, sent him a Christmas card, he ain't answering. Usually Lisa calls us on Christmas. Waffles is at my feet. I know that's right, girl. You mean it means like 12. I got you, girl. So have you heard from her, Shannon? Lisa. Those damn macaroni and cheese off chain. So is this damn this stuff right here, sweet potatoes. Oh my gosh, so good. Yeah. You're Italian. I wouldn't mind spaghetti meatballs every Christmas. But when I was dating him, I went to his house on Christmas Eve, and his family's tradition is they eat spaghetti. They're not you've heard from Lisa recently? Hey, Doug, would you talk to her on Facebook or on phone? I've been trying to get in touch with her. I got something for her. Hey, Doug. On the phone. She got a different number than I call her, maybe. I don't know. I don't know. She ain't answering me. I tried calling her today, but she's not answering, so maybe she's asleep. I don't know. How's she doing? How's she doing? You know, I talked to her and you on Christmas. So it's kind of weird not talking about you. I said to my friends, I always talk to Shannon and Lisa on Christmas. It ain't complete unless I do. Is she coming Friday, Shannon? Hey, been with you? I know that's right, girl. Oh, no, what happened? Oh, your mom's boxer passed away. Oh, no. Oh, here. Yeah, he's still a little bit, but he'll be out hopefully tomorrow or the next day. The doctor was in. They said, it was fine. I didn't need to stay there tonight. So I wish Lisa would call me. She must be mad at me or something. I don't know. I'm trying to talk to her. Love you too, Sandy. Sweet lady. Come back and see it. Hey, family wizard. If you talk to her, try to give me a call, Shannon, because I didn't talk to her. What's up, everybody? Merry Christmas. I know that's right, Shannon. I do too. I wonder whatever happened to her too, girl. I ain't never seen her in forever. Miss Jennifer Lawrence. Hey, Queenie. Sweetie, how are you? I got your card today. I got Maxine's beautiful package today. That was so sweet. I love it. I have my Christmas cards, got all that good stuff. Hanging up, got everything up, hanging up. Good to see all my stuff on the wall over there. Everything's good to go. All my cards hanging on the wall. I'm about full now. I ain't even got dessert yet. Shannon, how'd you have a good time? Doug, did you have a good Christmas, everybody? How was dinner with your family today at the hospital, Doug? We couldn't take my dad a plate because he was on a strict diet at the hospital, but we're gonna take him. We saved him some for tomorrow. Yes, I know. I know who that was too. You knew who that was. We caught it. We know Maxine. I did get it today. I did a video about it. Thank you, Queenie. I got some mail from you and a couple other people. I was excited. But it came yesterday, Queenie, and I didn't get time. I did open them tonight. So I wanted to have, because we haven't done my family Christmas yet. It was Maxine. But we didn't do our Christmas yet, but we're gonna do it hopefully tomorrow when my dad gets out of the hospital. Like I got a few things over at my dad's that we wrapped up and everything over there that I haven't even opened yet. So I'm waiting for my dad to do it with my dad. Which is kind of cool because something I wanted to get my dad, they had run out of, but they were supposed to get some more in today or the day after Christmas. So hopefully I'll be able to get there early in the morning and they'll get it. And then I'll have it from tomorrow night when we open the presents. He's supposed to get out hopefully tomorrow afternoon. So maybe we can do our presents like tomorrow afternoon or tomorrow evening. And then I have a friend that wants me to go with her to see the Christmas lights, the one that we drive through. I'm going to go see those again, I think, after that. So that'll be what I'll be doing after that. Oh, yeah, watch my vlog afterwards. Watch my vlog afterwards. Go watch it. I usually go live. I usually release the vlog after I go live. But my live is kind of a last minute thing. I was like, well, I go live and eat my dinner. We'll start watching This Is Us tonight. Dog. Some people call me dog. It's okay. I need to find a faux fur jacket to go with this rainbow catsuit I'm buying Thursday. Oh, really? I need to find a faux fur jacket to go with this rainbow catsuit I'm buying Thursday. Oh, really? Okay, sweetie, tomorrow. Well, that's good. I'll get it tomorrow then. I'll go to the post office first thing in the morning. Waffles Equipment supposed to be here tomorrow. Here she is. Am I done eating? Because I don't want to eat more if I'm going to touch waffles. No, waffles, you can't have food. Here, waffles, Alyssa. No. How, Alyssa? She'll love it. She's going to be so excited. I love deviled eggs. So. Decorate your vlog. Oh, you mean with the what do you mean by the designs? The pictures I put in them or the opening, the intro? Because you could do the intro. My intro was made for me by somebody who I love very much for making it for me. And then girl. Shannon Rose, I am so excited. I cannot wait. Maybe you can put this in there. I can get you some people to help you make some intros. Hold on, let me put this up, guys. Look at my shirt, brother. Most likely. Be right back. Ooh, I'm full. Ooh, I'm full. Let me get up here. All right. I'm coming back. Hold on. Waffles. Warning you. Do that. All right, Daddy, dessert later. That's intro. We get you. There's some people that do intros. You can ask the people. Queenie. Somebody just one of my friends on here made that for me, and I love it. Mine's me and waffles, and then she did a Christmas version. Just love it. I love it. Love it. Love it. She probably. Hopefully, I'm gonna try to see if she give me a new one later on in the year. I love her so much. Oh, your Vlogmas was blue. Yeah, and I get the pictures offline. I just type in different pictures and put them in. Let's come to my house. Okay. You have my house address? Shannon, you want to come on with me? I'm going to send it to you, Shannon Rose, if you want to come on. I'm going to send Shannon Rose the link if the hooch wants to come on. That hoe want to come on, I'm going to send her the link. I love when Shannon Rose comes online with me. Yeah. Look at Miss Pheromone. Sandy, I know it's. You should come to my house. Okay. All right, cool. I will be looking for it then, sweet lady. You didn't have to send waffles a Christmas present, but she will love it. She loves all her little presents that she gets for Christmas and stuff. She loves all that stuff. Waffles loves all that stuff. People love her. And I love waffles. Waffles is spoiled rotten. That's why everybody loves her. All right, Miss Rose, I'm sending you a link, girl. Come on anytime you want. Let me see this picture of Shannon Rose. Hold on a second. Shannon Rose sent me something here. Let me see what she sent me. Yeah, this Miss Craig. Shannon Rose crazy. A lot, girl. I got a whole waffle. I don't know how many total. I did eat breakfast at the Waffle House this morning. How'd you know, girl? Shannon, I just sent you a link to come on for Twitter. Let me see. Oh, that's cute, Shannon. That's real cute. I like that, girl. That's cute. Wow. That is cute, though, Shannon. I like that. That's really cute. I like that a lot. Come on anyway, girl. You gonna show your face? Oh, Lord. Waffles. Come here, baby. Hey, Daddy. Put this hand sanitizer on. You always see me rub my hands because I keep hand sanitizer every time I touch one of the dogs or something. Come here, Waffle. Come here, Lucy. Come here. Waffles, Alyssa Edwards, Trixie Mattel, Shangela Data, come to real. Come on. Waffles, Alyssa Edwards, Trixie Mattel. Say Merry Christmas, everybody. Merry Christmas. Say Merry Christmas. Say Merry Christmas, everybody. Say wave, everybody. Say hey, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Waffles, say Merry Christmas, everybody. He says Merry Christmas, everybody. He says Santa Claus brought me some stuff. I got toys from Santa Claus. Mm-hmm. Well, don't kiss me on my face. Kiss me on your head. Kiss me on my cheeks. Give me my cheeks. Give me my cheeks. Oh, I love you. All right, Shannon. Love you. When do you work again at the Books a Million, Shannon? I need to come up there and get something. You're working, I want to talk to you. What's her breed? She is a Labagorgi. She's a half miniature lab and a corgi. I love you, Shannon Rose. I'll try to see you Friday if I get over there. Tomorrow, 5 to 10. Okay, I might come in there. Merry Christmas, dog Mikey. How are you? How are you guys doing? Shannon, that is a hot outfit, by the way. Shannon Rose is looking good in her outfit there, everybody. So I'm going to be doing a live broadcast on New Year's Eve, 10 to 4 tomorrow. Okay. Guys, give me a minute. I'm going to run to the restroom. I'll be right back. I got to go to the restroom, and I'll be right back, and then we'll continue this conversation. Shannon, I'll be there to see you tomorrow. One of the two places, okay? Promise. Guys, give me like 5 minutes, and I'll be there, okay? Doug, if you want to come on, let me know. I'll be right back, guys. Just give me like a couple minutes. Keep entertained, troops. Well, we got dessert in a little while. All right, I'm back. Hope everyone had a good day too. It was all right. My dad is in the hospital, so I spent most of the day in the hospital. But I can brush my teeth, guys, and also had to run to the restroom. Brush my teeth. Did y'all have a good holiday? You'll come on panel. Cool. Send me your email, Doug. Wait, Doug, I might still have it. Oh, Doug, put your email on there. Get in. You got books for Christmas? That's cool. I love books. I love books. I gotta get my Kindle recharged. My Kindle charger's gone, and I gotta buy a new Kindle charger. So I gotta get that going. Once I get my Kindle done, recharged, I'll be good. All right, Doug, you're stoked about books. I'd be stoked too. I would be stoked too. What kind of books do you like to read the most? You need to watch Tammy Minda. She's a really good friend of mine, and Doug's in here, and she does book reviews, and she owns a bookstore in her house, a used bookstore. Um, she owns a used bookstore in her house, and she does book reviews, and she'll sell some of the books and stuff. You need to get in touch with her. Watch her channel magazine. It's a really good channel, and she does a lot of that. Doug, I sent it to you on Hangouts. So come on. Oh my goodness. What's up, Dad? What's up, Doug?
Hey.
How are you?
Again.
How are you, buddy?
I'm doing good. I just got to get this set up.
Hey, Bitcoins, how are you?
There.
Oh, she's awesome. You like Tammy Minda. Maxine, she's really good.
Gotta get this set up.
Doug?
A little pool there, so hold me out. In this way. There we go. All right. I had to get that set up. Bear with me, people. I'm on my phone.
You on your phone again?
Yeah. Having problems with the computer, so I've been doing it on my phone a lot.
It works. I can't do a lot on my phone on my phone with my live streams. Like I can't monetize them and all that stuff when I do my live streams on my phone. Oh, you got a book to Kill a Mockingbird?
Hey, Dad, perfect. How's it going, man?
Book to Kill a Mockingbird and the others for the simple fact.
I'll show you to you. My sister made me some cookies for Christmas. You want to see them?
Yes, I do. I really want some cookies. I want that.
These things are so awesome. Hey, chocolate chip cookies, and in the middle of them, she put caramel, and then she drizzled them in chocolate. She made me those for Christmas.
I'm speechless.
Is that awesome or what?
These look freaking amazing. Like, Jesus Christ. I gained like 10 pounds looking at that.
Just made me some awesome cookies.
They look very good. Very good. I don't know what they're called, but they look really good.
She made me a whole bunch of them. A whole great big bunch of them.
Good God. I want some cake. There's no cake, so I'm going to go tomorrow and find some cake. And my friend, she's been kind of down in the dumps. The lady that I went and had Thanksgiving dinner with that night. So I'm going to go with her to that drive-through lighting display tomorrow night, probably. Depending on my dad, he's supposed to get out tomorrow, hopefully.
Oh, cool. I hope he does.
Today was a rough day, but we got through it. He takes anxiety medicine, and they haven't given it to him in 3 days.
Oh, really?
He was bouncing off the walls. His anxiety was just sky high. When I got there this morning, he was off the chain. He has false teeth, and he ripped them open. He cut his gum.
Oh, no.
I put him in backwards. He wouldn't listen. He was putting the tops on the bottom, the bottom on the top. I kept saying, Dad, you're wrong. He starts hollering at me. And then the little nurse comes in, and he starts hollering at her. And I said, ma'am, just stop a minute. And I looked at him. I said, Dad, what's the problem? He said, my teeth. I said, Dad, she hasn't done anything to you. So let her do her job. Well, I don't want to be here on Christmas. And I looked at her and I said, do you? And she said, no, sir, not really. But it's my job. I have to take care of people. I said, see, Dad, she's here too. So you have to be nice to her. I said, you owe her an apology. He apologized to her, and he said he was sorry she had to work on Christmas, and he was sorry that he got sick on Christmas, so she had to work. Then for some reason, he starts yelling at the nurse about why they didn't close the hospital on Christmas. And then the hospital should be closed on Christmas. And I'm noticing, I'm like, something's off kilter. So when I got back, I came home for a little while. We had dinner because my dad wanted to take a nap. He kept saying, I want to take a nap. So I'm like, So we all went home to eat at my house because my sister's like, even though we didn't do any of our Christmas presents and stuff until he gets out, we decided to go ahead and do a dinner. So she cooked it, her and her boyfriend went out. So we go over and we eat dinner. And I said, I'm going to go back up, came back over, later on, let him take a nap. He called me. I said, I'm coming back up. And the nurse was like, Mr. Watkins, he's bouncing off the wall. She's like, he's had so much anxiety over his family. He was calling every 5 minutes. He's freaking out. Finally, I said, have y'all given him his medicine? And the nurse is like, no, sir. Does he take it? I'm like, yeah. And I showed her what he took. And she was back in there in 5 minutes with that stuff. I was like, don't skip this dosage. I was like, y'all, this is what's wrong with him. He has very bad anxieties, especially the older he gets. And y'all haven't given him medicine. That's why he's bouncing off the walls like he is. So then his grandbaby came to see him. And that's what he was really freaking out about, was that he thought he had ruined his grandbaby's Christmas. He really didn't. Because it was kind of like, she's a kid, she's 3 years old. She's almost 3. She's 3, she'll be 4. And so when she got there, he was a little bit better. His anxiety had calmed down a little bit when he got to see her. And she stole his cheeseburger. He thought that was funny. And she stole his chocolate cake. So he was happy after that. But once he saw her, I was just like, oh, God, that poor nurse. I mean, she was like shaking, handed to him. Like he had just frazzled her nerves so bad. I was like, girl, you don't know. I looked at her and I said, you better give it to him at night before he goes to bed. She's like, don't worry, sir. It's the very top one on the list. I was like, yeah, if you're too, all else fails, give it to him. Give him that before you give him any other medication on that list, because he needs it tonight. Kind of funny. I laughed because it was like, okay. He was bouncing off the walls. How's your mom?
Good. She's gonna go from the hospital to like a nursing home for her rehab. That should happen in the next couple of days, and then they'll tell us how long she has to be there for.
Okay.
And then if she's going to have to go into a home permanently, we don't know yet because of her. They did a scan on her head to see how bad her dementia is, and the doctor told us that it's progressed faster than they thought. So it might be for our best interest if she does go into a home so that they can give her the 24-hour care.
Right.
We're going day by day and seeing how things are going.
Yeah, I understand it, because that's what they're talking about. My dad not putting him in home, but talking about we want to get him one of those home healthcare nurses around the clock. And we want to give him around the clock care, but he hasn't. His insurance won't cover it. They're covering this one part he's getting where they're going to come in for like 3 times a week, I think she said, and they'll do like certain things to him, like give him a bath and things like that. But this stuff that they're doing now, it's like he needs around the clock care like your mom.
Yeah.
Basically,
if your insurance won't cover it, it can get expensive.
Well, it's like $25, $30. Now, he doesn't need it at night because, he doesn't wake up in the middle of the night and take medicines or anything like that. So, really, we just need someone there with him, during the daytime. Somebody that, cook him breakfast and give him his meds and cook him lunch and kind of talk to him and help him to the bathroom and, give him a shower, stuff like that. And then they can leave at 7. So, even if we're going to go tomorrow or the next day down to the VA hospital and see how much they'll cover, and even if they'll cover a portion of it.
Yeah.
It'll help out. And even if we only have to pay $10 an hour, and have it, 2 or 3 times a week just to take some of that pressure off. Because my little brother just, it's just getting out of control. And my dad just really needs something. Yeah. Well, my brother lives there with them, so they'll have somebody there. Riley, she's there. Be careful. And I know, but he's not there by himself. And my brother will be watching them like a hawk. Trust me, because my brother's not going to, this could be a stranger in his home. So my brother's going to be watching like a hawk. And I pity anybody that tried to hurt my little brother's house. My little brother's 6'2" and he's a big guy. I would feel really bad. And he's just redneck. He's the hunter. He's low. He's ready. If anybody bothers my dad, trust. He will be prepared. We're from the South, he's prepared.
Hey, Studio Geek, how's it going?
Yeah, I love Studio. What's up, everybody? So did you have a good holiday though, other than that?
Yeah, I had a good day. I went over to a friend's house and hung out with them for a while, and I came back here and me and my brother hung out and had, some fun.
Yeah, I got to go. So I just got up, went to the hospital with him, hung out, came home. We're gonna. Hey, viewers of you, I love you so much. You do private care, cool, right? I wish you lived here. You can do it. Viewers of you, I love her. Did you have a good holiday, view? We're gonna do our presents and stuff tomorrow. And like I said, like my brother and I talked about, we were gonna do it. We're like, we're all adults. There's nothing. My little brother's actually, he's only 22. He's like, there's nothing under that tree that we really need all that desperately to survive the next few
Right.
days. Like. He's like, like your computer was broke and you had another computer under the tree. I can see that. He's like, but there's nothing under there that we need tomorrow. So we can wait a day or so to open our presents with Dad, So I was like, yeah, that's true. So that's what we're going to do.
Ooh.
We'll see.
Ooh. Pineapple juice and brown sugar-based ham, scallop, taters, and rolls. Ooh, sounds good, T.
I love Big T. He's a nice guy. This is my dad. I told him about Big T. I need to get him on that channel one night when he's going live and my dad watch him. My dad found all them damn coins on there.
Yeah, most of the time he's been live. I haven't been able to catch it because I've been at the hospital. Sorry, Big T.
I've been to a couple of them and watch them. I've been to a couple of them. I say to him and stuff like that. He's a nice guy. Yeah, my fur baby's in the background. That's Charlie. Charlie's the one that got in a dog fight and busted up my hand, which is actually better today. It looks much better than it has the last couple of days. But yeah, Charlie's laying in the middle of all he's dug that's my towels I folded, and Charlie's laying on them. I gotta rewash them. Thanks, Charlie. Charlie, what you doing, buddy? Charlie, what you doing, buddy? He's eating a bone. He's got a bone in it. They all got presents from Santa Claus today, so Waffle's got a. I told her she's getting cold. She's bad. Other than that, so you had a good day. Other than that, they're pretty good.
Yeah, it went really good. My sister got me some more crochet hooks, which I was really awesomely happy about. She got me some yarn. Yay! I love crocheting, so that was a lot of fun. She got me a lot of snacks and made me cookies, so I was pretty happy.
Heck yeah, man! This is a great day. It's a great day.
Oh, and she got me and my brother 3 bottles of wine.
Ooh, hell yeah! Hell yeah!
Max, yeah!
I'm sure I got. I mean, I don't know anything. I'm sure I got a couple Funko Pops. I'm sure I got a couple. You know what? I'm gonna tell y'all. I am mad at GameStop, and I'm gonna tell y'all why. Viewers of You said she loves yarn too. You watch a Viewers of You, Doug? You should watch her. She's so funny. You go to her live.
I have a few times. I need to get into it more.
So funny. She needs to pick some yarn up. I have ordered the Freddie Mercury Funko Pops. 2 of them. There's 3. I've got 2 of the 3. I paid cash for them. They were supposed to be released and come out. So I called them. Hello, GameStop. Yeah, my Funko Pops there? No, they're not out yet. Okay, so they're paid in cash. You ain't called and told me they changed the date. He said, what's going to be here next week? It still ain't here. So I called him. They fixed it. I said, look at him. He said, we're supposed to be out on Christmas Eve. So I called her. Okay. I called her and I said, what are we going to do? This. She said, well, it is not here yet. It'll probably be here. I can go through my box, but I don't know if I'll get to it later. And I'm like, this is a Christmas present for somebody. It's already paid in cash, and you didn't even bother. They didn't even bother to tell me like the date. She's like, I don't know when the other one's coming either. Like they just they didn't tell me this when I ordered this, and I'm like, okay, well, when I ordered it, you could have told me this, or at least called me and told me, because when I ordered them, they were both released on the same day. They didn't do that, so I'm like, so I'm kind of angry with them. I'm probably gonna go there tomorrow and just get my money back and just buy them from someplace online, because I'm kind of like, y'all have not communicated with me anyway that the release date was changed. And then when I call them about it, they're like, yeah, they might be in the back, but we haven't got through it yet. We'll call you though. I'm like, okay.
I'm trying to think of what one she's talking about. Maxine there said, I love the gift someone and your brother. I'm trying to think of which one. I'm losing it. You mean the cookies that Papa sent me? I can't think of a. Ow. Who the hell is that guy? Because that's funny as hell. I ate some delicious cat food and firecrackers labeled with. I'm sorry, it's not a troll, but that struck me as so damn funny.
The other one was I ate for Christmas dinner. I ate capsules containing ground automobiles, all my dad's fishing lures, a bowl of dental floss, a bit only with mayo, whole of bread, lettuce, and tomato and bacon on the side.
I thought that's so funny.
Christmas dessert, I ate outdoor mosquito repellent and ambrosia made with mothballs. Well, I'm so glad you have a good balanced meal. Thank you so much for that. Pony donuts
really well.
What kind of name is that? Pony donut sprinkles fungus.
Oh, that's funny as hell. Oh, the underwear you're talking about, Maxine. Oh, yes. That was Clyde and Zach. They sent us jock straps that were reindeer. Did you see that?
No, I did not see the reindeer ones. I did not see them.
Yeah, that was so funny. If I can find what happened to it, I had to put in here so the cats would stay away from it.
Doug is going to wear this jock strap tomorrow, y'all.
Oh, sorry, kitty. Don't get on my chair. Yes, Clyde and Zach sent me and my brother these for Christmas. This is so damn funny. I laughed for like an hour.
Oh my
God. Then Zach wrote to me and he goes, now put them on and take a picture. I got to see if they fit. And I said, you can go jump in a lake, buddy. They love to send us crap like that. It's so funny.
That is funny.
Keeps me laughing throughout the year.
Anytime you need a laugh, pull that out and think of why. Oh my God, I love those guys. I love Button Beater. They're very giving and thoughtful people, though.
Oh yeah, they're so funny. I love those guys.
I'm sitting up too, Doug. Soon.
I sent them a box of stuff, so they made a video. That was pretty funny too. Oh my goodness, I laughed so hard.
That's good.
You can taste it all when I burp. I don't know who that guy is, but that's funny as hell. It's called a banana hammock. It's different swear.
Yes, that is a banana hammock. This is just
That's freaking funny. They are funny, Maxine. They are super funny.
Doug's going to be a stripper.
I died laughing making the video.
I think I probably would have laughed making that too. It's kind of funny.
They keep sending us stuff all the time, and we try to send stuff back to them, you know, things that we find funny that they would enjoy, and they get a kick out of it, and then they turn around and they send us weird stuff. It's so funny. We just have, like, weird mail tag. It's so damn funny.
It is funny. That's cute. I was thinking about doing something like that with people this year, starting like Mr. Grinch wears a banana hammock. I was thinking about doing like box exchanges with people throughout the year at different times.
I still got your box, but I had to wait until after Christmas to send it to you, though.
I'm having something sent to you actually tomorrow. Once Amazon I'll order it tonight probably and have it sent to you because you're going to love it. Doug, they want you to put them on and dance for them. Maxine said put them on and dance.
Yeah, you and Jack would be so pleased.
Doug's new career, y'all. Doug and I are going to be the new Not So Magic Mikes.
Yeah, there you go.
We're going to work for Chuckendales. That's going to be our new channel, the Chuckendale Scoopers. Doug is reindeer thoughts, dancing around.
Oh, those guys kill me so bad.
You go viral for sure, Doug, if you get up in the
Yeah, probably.
You'd be all over the
internet. Covered up, I get my first strike in Band Amber.
Get your first $1 million check from YouTube. You know?
See that $1,000 play button? This is what you got to do to get it.
Red jockstrap, you okay? Lord have mercy, what we'll do for $1. For $1.
Did you ever see the lipstick he sent me?
The what?
Did you ever see the lipstick he sent me? You want to see it?
Yeah.
Clyde sent me this. It looks like this. Okay. It looks like this. Clyde sent this to me. Now it looks normal, right?
What's this?
Watch this. We open it up. I'm kidding. Don't knock it over. It looks like this. And I opened it up even more, and I laughed like crazy. Okay, here we go.
Oh my! Where did he get that? That is so funny.
On the back of the box, it says it's from Japan. So I'm not sure where he got it from, but he sent that to me. He goes, "Hey Doug, I found this. It looks just like you need it." I tell you, those two are nuts. They're always sending me weird things.
That is funny.
But the back of the box does say "Made in Japan." That's so funny. That looks just like that. So funny. Oh my word. They send me the craziest shit. Just make me laugh.
But in my you got some pasta shaped like a penis one time.
I'm surprised they sent me that yet. He's
the guy that was in the mall.
You're sending me these little letters that say, "I need to make you laugh." Well, you're doing a good job.
I can use that today. The last couple of days have been kind of harsh. With Kevin not coming, and my dad being in the hospital, but I hope he's doing better, though. I know some people would criticize me for not staying the night with him, but I don't really do that because I have bad anxiety myself, and my dad's. There's no need to stay there tonight.
No. I mean, what are you going to do when they're sleeping? I mean, they're safe. They're okay.
He's 5 minutes away, and it's not like he's in a coma. And, I talked to the doctor before I left last night. He's got a blood clot, and they did find out that they think it is his medication causing the dizzy spells. He hasn't been dizzy today, and they released his medication. So pressure stayed stable, so he may not even have to take that medicine at all anymore, which is good things. But the physical
where was the blood clot at?
It's in his leg, one of his legs.
I had that, yeah.
Yeah, and they said that he couldn't walk, so that's part of the reason. So they had to start giving him medicine to get rid of it, and then they didn't want him to walk for a day until he got in the system for 24 hours. So the physical therapist will be back tomorrow, and then they're going to come in and do their assessment of what they think he's going to need for home health as far as like the blood clot, things like that tomorrow. And so, then the nurse was like, the doctor was like, doing his blood pressure, doing and all that stuff. So they're slowly getting it. But so I was kind of like, some people were like saying, why didn't you stay with your dad or whatever? I said, but you know what? I don't really need to tonight. I mean, if he was in a bad way where it was dangerous, I'd be there. But my dad was like, go home. He's like, what are you going to do here? But drive me up the damn wall. Go home.
Yeah, I gave the nurse all my, my phone number and everything. If there's anything different, just give me a call.
Yeah, they know my number, and I told them I can be there in 7 or 8 minutes. I can be right up the street, and I'm right here, and I got you, and that's how I'm like.
But if I'm sitting in the room and watching TV, and all she's doing is sleep, and I can just be here, and she can sleep,
Yeah, and I mean, I can't be on the computer because it's so funny. I have to tell you a funny story. When I was in the hospital, when my appendix burst, I was in the hospital, I had a big thing. It was so funny because I was on YouTube and my phone was ringing off the hook. And I would get on YouTube and I was watching like your live stream. I was watching like SDS. I was watching all these videos on YouTube on my phone. And people apparently were calling the nurse's station and asking how I was doing. And this little tiny girl came in and she said, "Sir, are you like a movie star or something?" And I said, "What?" She goes, "All these people are calling and saying they watch your videos and they want to know if you're all right and everything. We're trying to figure out like if you're like a reality star." I'm like, "No, I do a YouTube channel." She's like, "Oh." So finally, hey, Huggy Bear, the head nurse came in and asked me to please not be on my phone anymore on videoing, watching videos because too many people were calling. They were starting to call like 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning. Could you please ask my fans not to call anymore? girl calling like all night long. She's like, sir, we need you to stop asking people to call. Like, please tell me when you're all right, but you're not going to get out of here unless they stop calling because you got to go to sleep. And I was like, okay. You know, and I was on painkillers, so hey, awesome hooker, that's my girl. I was hiring Amy Winehouse on a good day, so I'm like, oh, that's cool. Yeah, what's up? Yeah, yeah. Like, what the hell ever. How you doing, awesome hooker? I love awesome hooker. I watch her all the time. I love her channel. You ever watch awesome hooker, Doug?
You don't think so? I don't remember. I've watched so many people. I'll have to check her channel out again and see.
Live streams usually really early in the morning. You're probably not awake yet. She's like, when I'm getting to work. And she's so funny. She lives in Charleston, right? She lives like right near me. Like 2 hours from me. I could drive to her house and be there in like 2 hours. How you doing, my sweet lady? So she's a good person. Watch her videos. She's awesome. She has very deep subjects, and she really has great live streams.
Oh, cool.
I have for disease. Oh, really? Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm still. My dad's been in the hospital, so we've not been able to eat much today. We haven't done our Christmas yet. We've had dinner, but that's it. But my dad didn't get to eat dinner because we didn't want to. They wouldn't let us bring him a plate because he has to stay on kind of a little strict diet until they get him home. So, and then his grandbaby came. She ate his chocolate cake, but he was like, "Damn, she ate my damn cake." Well, damn, you asked her to. So. Like my dad is a junk food junkie. I told you this last night. And I said, what do you want for lunch? I'm ordering this lunch. I said, you want dessert? He goes, I want peach cobbler. I want the whole tray. Just tell him to bring me the whole day. Yes, we do. We do. We do. We do. Every day. I finally become YouTube famous. I'm not YouTube famous, Suggy. I'll never be that.
A lot of people that like him.
I love this Tony Donut sprinkle fungus among us. It's so funny. I love whoever that is. I don't know who you are, but you're my new best friend. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to this. I'll be right back.
Hi, Huggy Bear. How's it going? I'm Awesome Hooker. Hello. Big T, that's funny, man. Love that one when you wrote, all my fat ass would be perfect for chunkin' Dales. I love that. That's freaking hilarious, man. I love it. Holy shit. Oh my gosh. So funny. I'm going to try to do a live stream tonight, but all I got is my phone, so.
Douglas, are you from the North Country? She wants to know.
I live in North Carolina, but I'm originally from New York.
Did you see my shirt I got today from Maxine, Doug?
Oh yeah, I saw that in your video. That is so cool.
I can't wait to wear it anymore. And I got the little Ralphie doll. Like, I love that. My dad was watching that today.
Yeah, I watched that, your video, your Vlogmas, and then I was doing something else, and my brother came in and said, TPG'S live! So I jumped on.
I love your family. I got to come meet your family, Doug. I've just decided one day I'm going to come to your house. We're going to hang out, Doug, and have a live stream together.
That'd be fun.
Fun to live stream.
We're like neighbors, so.
Basically, I mean, I live like right near, probably about 2 hours from you.
Oh, your family lives in Jefferson County, New York? Cool. Awesome Hooker. I'm originally from Cortland, New York. It's upstate New York.
I'm doing the continuation of my vlog later on after this one. It's going to be my favorite Christmas movies. When I'm done. Oh, Southern Yankee. Yankee Southerner is Huggy Bear.
I'll take that. That's better be called the damn Yankees, so I'll take the Yankee Southerner thing.
Right?
It's called, Maxine, it's called Cortland, New York. That's what I'm originally from. I moved down here, geez, it's been like, I've been down here in North Carolina since 2000. You know where Cortland is? Yeah, that's my hometown. That's where I was born and raised. I still got family there.
Wow.
New York? Wow. That is so cool.
It's a small world, isn't
I'm a southerner living in damn Yankee land. I know, Big T. You told me that. Yeah.
Ah, dang. One of these Funko Pops of Freddie Mercury is $50.
Really? Oh, my lord.
Man, collector's item. I was going to stay collecting somewhere else. Let me let these dogs back in. I cannot believe that.
Every time they turn a famous person into a Funko Pop, it's like big bucks. That's insane, man. Insane. Okay, from Thompson, Georgia. Cool. Oh, that's cool. Awesome hooker. That is so cool. Yeah, I've been wanting to go visit TPG. It'd be kind of fun. Where's my coffee cup? There it is. Ah, very true, Maxine. Been in South Carolina since 2002. Oh, wow, cool. Yeah, we first came to North Carolina because my mom's sister was here, and she wanted to be closer to her sister. And then her sister ended up getting really sick and moving back to New York to be with her kids, and we just stayed because we absolutely fell in love with the state.
Well, I decided something, Doug. I decided that my money, all monies I make from YouTube, are going to go in my collection for my 50th birthday for me to go to Disney World and live stream.
There you go.
It's my 50th birthday. And I'm going to have so much money taken out of my paycheck. I'm trying to save money for I want to go to Disney World for my 50th birthday.
So far, all my YouTube money that I'm actually making from YouTube has been paying my internet bill. So I'm pretty happy with that.
And that's good. You came to South Carolina. This is it's a Waldorf salad type thing I'm eating, but it's got too much spice. Pineapple is very pronounced.
Oh my god. Did you read that? Yeah, you would have to do a collab video baking cookies and feeding each other cookies.
I love you.
Nobody wants to feed me a cookie because I'm not guaranteing you're going to get your fingers back. So
Doug is like, I was gonna say, Doug would be like feeding waffles cookies. Yeah, waffles. Y'all want to say waffles? Eat this stuff. Come here, waffles. Good enough for waffles. Come here. Come here, waffles. Get Daddy's lap. You get this stuff.
Oh, you went to South Carolina with military? Okay.
Waffles eats off a spoon. Look, I feed her with a spoon. Do not laugh at me, guys, but I actually taught this dog how to eat off a spoon. That's how she eats.
No, I've never been to Missouri. I'd like to, though. I'd love to see some different places.
I know. That just, it seems, you think like no one ever lives there. You think, who the hell lives in Missouri? And they probably think, who the hell lives in South Carolina,
Yeah. I've been all up and down the East Coast, but I haven't been like that way yet.
My birthday's in November, sweetie. Waffles is, you see how I feed her, Doug? Do you see this? Watch, guys. I feed her with a spoon. Spoiled or what?
That's so cool. Don't eat the spoon.
My dad's in the Air Force. We were stationed at Charleston Air Force Base there, Hooker. I grew up on Charleston Air Force Base. I went to most of my life there until my dad retired. Actually, he came here. I was in Charleston.
Oh, really? Her hubby retired a couple of years ago from the Air Force. My dad was in the Air Force.
My dad was too.
And my older brother was in the Air Force.
My dad was in the Air Force. We were stationed at Charleston Air Force Base.
Cool beans, Air Force people.
Yeah, Love you, Waffles. Waffles ate her breakfast and she's good. You need to come visit me and my husband. I'll take you both out. She lives in Louisiana.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, isn't that cool? My next Funko Pops, I'm going to get her the Brady Bunch, y'all. I'll get the Brady Bunch and the Grease ones. That's the ones I want.
Maxine was asking, what month is your birthday, TBG?
November 6th. November 6th.
Yeah. I always thought if my mom's sister got sick and went back to New York, my mom would follow, but she didn't. She fell in love with the state. I did too, so we just stayed here.
We just got stuck here. Charleston Air Force Base, and today he came and left. No, I never did. Yeah, exactly. I was stationed there. I lived on Frick Avenue on Charleston Air Force Base. They already have Rocky Horror Funko Pops, but I think they're only collector's edition. But I'll check see if they're released. There were Rocky Horror ones already. I know they made them.
Awesome Hookers, November 20th.
I knew I loved it for a reason. But they got Funko Pops. It's $109 for Frankenfurter. It's $25.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. I've been all over this state. I still want to see more of it.
They got Rocky Horror ones. Yeah, I like. I've been to some North Carolina, not much. I've been to Charlotte and a few other places.
Been all over the mountains, the Blue Ridge Parkway. I've been all over the coast. I've been in the Outer Banks. I just keep trying on it.
Because Waffles has to go out and ask, let me back in so I can go back out. Yes, all the time. Waffles goes out about 50 times a day. They all do. They just go in and out. Crazy. Hey, JoJo, can you give me my medicine bag?
I haven't seen a whole lot of South Carolina, but I'd love to.
Come to my house, Doug. You can see South Carolina. Oh, you lived in Hunley Park. See now, Hooker. When I lived in Charleston Air Force Base, Hunley Park was the Navy housing, and we weren't allowed to go over there because my daddy didn't like Navy people at the time. So he said that was evil territory. We couldn't go over there. We weren't allowed over there.
Yeah, I like the Rocky Horror Picture Show too. I remember me and my buddies would go to the movie theater and take all the stuff with us because you would get wet and you could throw stuff, and it was so fun.
Hey, Hooker, do you want to come on with us? Want to come on with us and hang out? Rocky Horror's being remade again. They're doing another remake.
Again? Oh my lord!
Another one. They're doing another one again. It's gonna be in theaters.
Yeah. Hey, Chi Mama or Chai Mama, how you doing?
Mama, that's my sweetie. What's up, Chi Mama? How's that, lady? How's everybody? Yeah. So come on with us, Hooker, and hang out. Yeah. Rocky Horror, they're doing a remake of it. I read that they're doing a remake of Little Shop of Horrors too.
Really? Oh my word.
Yes, that's Hollywood run out of ideas, so they're remaking everything.
That's crazy.
And they're bringing back every damn old TV show from the 80s, you know?
Yeah, I see that. I mean, holy cow. I see they're bringing back Murphy Brown.
They are. It's already started. And they're bringing back The Nanny, too.
Yeah, that's the other one I saw. They're bringing back.
Yep, bringing back that, too. And I'm like, my God. What else have you got? It's like, so it's crazy. Lord. Like, this is a bit ridiculous. How long is it going to take? Now, the Connors is done well, though.
Yeah, I still miss Roseanne, though.
I do, too. But, I
love that woman to death.
I do enjoy the new show, though. I do. I mean, I think it's given the other characters a chance to shine without her on there.
Yeah.
But I do miss her personally.
Sometimes I have to go on different sites that show the old episodes just so I can see her again, laugh my butt off.
Yeah, she's so good. Awesome Hooker, send me your email, and I'll send it to you in Hangouts. I'll send it to you in Hangouts so I can email you, too, either way.
She said send her a link.
I'm going to. Oh, my God, you're going to love her, Doug. You're about to laugh her ass off. She's so funny. Let me email my sweet friend. She's so funny. Nay.
I never did watch the
Jason,
nanny much because that woman's voice used to drive me nuts.
I ask you once like this.
I'd be like, oh my, no.
Mr. Sheffield. I used to be
They
this
used to drive
girl.
me so nuts.
Yeah,
That's like, I used to say, we could watch this, but we got to have it mute.
all right. I used to be with this girl, and she was so irritated like that, and she would try to talk like her on purpose. And I told her one day, I was like, "Girl, it's not like a nice voice. Her voice is like irritating." She's like, "How you doing?" I'm like, "Oh God, please shut up." And every time she would emulate her voice. So it was like,
Voice is irritating.
Mr. Sheffield. I was like,
Are they bringing her back too? If they're going to bring back the nanny?
Yeah, she's gonna be on there. She is the nanny.
I know, but I can't stand it. I mean, they make a show without her? No.
You used to say something bad, they'll fire her the first episode. They'll do the nanny without the nanny. She died, and they're all like on Roseanne. Without her. So horrible. All right, I sent you a link. I sent you a link, Hooker. Hold on.
No, Doug. Well, if you like it, you can watch it. More power to you.
I sent you a link. Come on, guys. I don't know how I feel to play brought back the Golden Girls, but they have a new show called Silver's, but they're doing a remake of the Golden Girls, but it's all guys and they're gay. I read that. It's Leslie Jordan, Harvey Firestein, the guy that plays what's his name? George Tateki.
Oh yeah. What are you talking about? Yeah.
Lanchet, and it's gonna be called Silver Foxes, and they're all old gay men. That's what it's supposed to be. I read that.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So it's supposed to be coming on TV. I don't know who they'd use if they did a remake of the Golden Girls. I mean, they're all dead. Still has her big hair. Oh, Fran Drescher, yeah, she has to have her big hair. Yeah. Mr. Sheffield. She's a driving me nuts. She drove me so crazy. Fran Drescher.
Cold chills down my spine every time she talks. Like, worse than nails on a chalkboard, for crying out loud.
My ex used to love that damn show. God, Hooker!
Hey!
What is up?
Not a lot. Recovering.
Girl, you partying too hard.
Anyways, how you been?
Good. How about yourself? This is my friend Doug, Douglas Fairchild.
Hi, Doug. What cookie are
Hello.
you eating tonight?
I'm trying to get my phone up so I can hear everybody. Okay, here we
What
go.
are those cookies, Doug?
Oh, the cookies, yeah.
Look at this cookie. You're going to die. I want to have an organism.
These babies.
Ooh.
Chocolate chip with caramel and drizzled in chocolate.
Good God.
That like makes me have an organism. Not an orgasm, but an organism.
I know, right?
It's like, screw that. That would be like big as a house. Like, I'd be on my 500-pound life next week. Like, I would be on that show.
We need to find ones that are sugar-free that look that good.
Sugar-free cookies are good. I have to go on a stricter diet after Christmas. My doctor told me. But they put me on a medication, made me gain weight, so I'm not happy. But I'll be pleased. I got to slim down after Christmas. He said
they put you on metformin?
Yes, and I gained weight on it. Again, the third time they've had me on it.
Oh, my Lord.
See if they can, well, I'll tell you, there's a blend that you can take that helps regulate your insulin levels. And most insurances will pay for it if that is metformin's giving you that issue. I'll get with you later on it. It actually helps a lot.
I'm on this one now. It's called Farxiga or something like that. Farxiga.
Mm-hmm. Is that helping?
I have just started taking it, and I'm on Victoza again, which was the shot that helped me lose all that weight. But Victoza, after I ran out, it cost me $1,000 a month. But He was saying he thinks that after I got to call my insurance company tomorrow, but he says that he thinks after Christmas, after the first of the year, that that's going to be the one that they prefer having, and that they'll start paying for the shot. So if that's the case,
Oh, that would be wonderful. I know. See, they put me on a combination of metformin.
and I'm on Victosa again, which was the shot that I lose all that weight. But Victosa, after I ran out, it cost me $1,000 a month. But who's that?
Oh, Doug's got his YouTube side on.
Barcia, yeah. Anybody know anything about it? Barcia.
I haven't tried that one. I did Saxenda, and that
Actually,
one was,
this one my says is good too.
yeah, it's really good. And what I liked about it is there's another shot that you can take that is a blend of Topamax. I believe it's Topamax and metformin, or metformin and Wellbutrin, and it does help with the appetite. Because when your insulin spiking up and down is when you start craving the carbs and the sugars and all that kind of stuff. So
That's been me all day. I'm craving sugar all day. I crave sugar, and I think my levels are still messed up. And I'm on something about when I was on that Victosa, I was losing a lot of weight. I was doing really well. And I couldn't after I ran out because I could, I'm not going to pay $1,000. Excuse me, $1,042 a month.
oh yeah,
$1,042 a month. Hopefully I'm going to get this and be all right. But after Christmas, I'm going to go back and a little bit stricter. But I have gained some weight.
We all have.
Have commercials for the lawsuits now. What medicine that causes people's genitalia to rot off? No, Mama said don't take the ones that causes people's genitalia to rot off. They have commercials for lawsuits now. They had one recent for metformin. They recalled metformin a while back.
Yeah, I've been on that since 2001.
It makes me gain weight like the limp. It made me gain weight one time before, and that's how I got as big as I am now. And it kept going and going and going and going. And then I finally was just like, well, and then I took myself off the first time back in the early 2000s. And this time
did they say diabetes or insulin resistance for you?
Say what?
Did they say that you had insulin resistance or just pre-diabetic?
I'm pre-diabetic. I was pre-diabetic, but my A1C actually dropped 11 points when I was on this Victosa shot.
Good
and
for
on this
you.
other shot, I was on this Victosa shot, and I was doing the other stuff before I got on metformin. I was doing that, but then that's what they were trying to say. Look, this is what happened. But since I got on Trulicity, I started gaining all my weight back and everything that I had lost, and my A1C is probably back up to where it was before. Yeah. So write them down because I want to know. But yeah, so I'm right there. I was like 1 point from being a diabetic. They go ahead and consider me a diabetic. But,
you can control so much of it with diet, and just monitoring yourself. Like I know when my insulin is going up and down, because I will all of a sudden just start craving carbs and sweets. And my son has the same issue. He's too young. He can't have it. He's a male. I'm like, okay.
Well, I have the same issue. I crave carbs all the time, though. Like I crave carbs and like sweets constantly. Like, I mean, every day. Like I crave them. Like I'm craving them now. It's like crazy, and I got to get over that phase. And I don't drink a lot of water. I drink a lot of diet soda, which is nothing I have to stop. For water because I don't. Especially my dad's in the hospital now. Was one thing was wrong when he was dehydrated. It was ridiculous. I'm going to try to do better, but I was doing really well, and then I just kind of slacked off because I started craving all these carbs and stuff. But now there's this like new low carb bread and stuff.
Ooh, cloud bread.
Well,
it's called cloud bread.
Uh-huh.
I will send you a recipe for it. I'm telling you, it's wonderful.
Well, there's this stuff I buy at Walmart called health bread. And it's pretty good. But this stuff here, this Farxiga, it says that if you eat a lot of sugar on this, it gives you a yeast infection.
Well, girl.
Girl, if I start itching on here, it'd be like scratching in places, y'all. I'll be checking every day since I took it to like I get yeast infections, all the bright places. I'm making sure because it says that, and I'm like, that's kind of crazy. It's like crazy. It's like okay, but I'm gonna try to keep my sugars down a lot. But see, my biggest weakness has always been sweets. My dad too. I was telling Doug, I don't know if you heard this, but like my dad will eat a whole box of donuts by himself.
Oh wow.
My dad is super skinny. He used to be a big man. My dad used to be over 400 pounds. Now he's like probably 120, 130. But he craves sweets constantly. Like today, all he wanted for lunch was peach cobbler. I told him he wasn't at the hospital. He's like, I want peach cobbler. I'm like, you're not just going to eat peach cobbler, Dad. I see my sugar's low. I must crave it when my sugar's high because all I crave is carbs, and my sugar's just all over the chain. So, let me turn these lights off. I'll be right back, guys.
Righty.
So, what part of North Carolina are you in, Doug?
I'm in Concord.
Oh, okay.
Just outside of Charlotte.
Oh, wow. I love the Raleigh-Durham area. I have friends that live up there.
Oh, do you?
Yeah. It's
Cool.
gorgeous.
Yeah, I've traveled all around the state. I want to see more of it, but I went to Grandfather Mountain in Cherokee, and then I went to the Outer Banks and all up and down the coast, and I'm trying to see as much of it as I can.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
When I lived in New York, we did the whole outline of New York State, me and my dad. Then we tried to fill in each section.
Well, Cortland's a good area. Believe it or not, you're more centralized than you realize. Because if you stop and think about it, you're not that far from Buffalo. You're not that far from Albany. You can shoot straight up 81, end up to the Thousand Islands, go over to the Adirondacks. I mean, you're in a pretty good central location.
Yeah, I saw a lot of them places. I loved Thousand Islands. We used to go there all the time when I was a kid.
Yeah, my parents had a farm about 15 minutes from there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they were right outside of Fort Drum. So they were between Fort Drum and Thousand Islands. We used to go up to Alexandria Bay all the time for the drive-in.
Place. Oh. I used to love to go see Boat Castle. That was my favorite thing.
Oh, that's a gorgeous place.
Yeah.
There's a lot of beautiful things up there to see.
That's how I feel about the city of Charleston. It's the most beautiful city in the world.
Oh, God. And that's what I was, I've been wanting to, at some point, get with you and maybe do a couple meetups in Charleston, and we could photograph the area, video it, and a lot of the history of a lot of the area. A lot of people really are into the graveyards and churches.
I am.
Yeah. So
yeah,
I had a lot of people ask me, and I said, well, I know a lot of it, but I don't know all of it. And I thought it would be interesting since you really know that area well.
Yeah, and I thought about I want to come down there soon. I was hoping to come, but that changed. I was going to come for Christmas, but I was hoping to go to take one of the live ghost tours that they have and see if they would let me live stream while they were doing the ghost tour.
I don't see why not. I would love to do the one where where they have the carriage tours.
Yeah, I took those.
And just actually live stream them telling the stories,
Yeah, those aren't ghost tours though. Those are like just regular historical tours.
Yeah, the ghost tours are interesting. There's one lady in particular, I can find her name. She does wonderful ones, and she'll do private ones too.
Karen? Is her name Karen by chance?
Oh, God, I'm trying to think. Older lady, wonderful storyteller. Wonderful.
Long hair?
Yes.
Kind of stout?
Yep, stout lady. A little older. Yeah.
She's a friend of mine. Yeah, I know her. I talked to her all the time on Facebook. I met her the first time I went there. Need to bring her, Doug. She wants to bring our Sunday show back. Everybody says we need to do that. We will after the holidays.
Yeah, we can bring it back.
His dad, when my dad gets out of hospital, his mom finds what's going with his mom. We'll try to do that. But anyway, Karen and I have hung out a couple times, and she took me on a tour there, Austin Hooker, of the Charleston jail, which Tab said is one of the most haunted places around. I spent the night in it with her doing a
Oh, good God.
That
Ugh.
was so scary, girl. I about peed my britches.
Did they take you into the part where they used to do the Lincoln's brother-in-law, who
Mm.
was the surgeon, used to do surgeries
Yep.
on Union soldiers? That
Yep.
place is creepy. I couldn't stay. I had to walk out.
And that it's a room in the jail you're talking about.
Yeah, in the when you walk in, it's kind of split where you can
Yeah.
go upstairs, and they have the historic preservation from Charleston, College of Charleston,
Yeah.
that does some stuff up there, and they tell you, the different people that have been there. But then when they take you into the basement of that place,
They
and
used to
they
be the
tell
court.
you, oh, that place was like it creeped me out.
Yeah, that's
I
the morgue.
yeah, yeah.
And when I spent the night there, anyways, when we were there from like 12 at night to like 4 in the morning, I had to pee so bad. And the only bathroom is in that room on the bottom. And they're like, oh,
Ugh.
I said, I'm not walking down I'll hang my thing out the window and pee out somebody's head. I get arrested for indecent, or I will pee my pants and walk to this place with piss in my drawers before I
Mhm.
refuse. I'm not walking down there by myself. Somebody's
Nope.
coming with me. Love you too, Chi Mama. We will do that. Bring it back and give me a call, Chi Mama. Text me later tomorrow, and we'll call each other. Yeah, and because I wrote a play about Lavinia Fisher,
Oh, okay.
Lavinia Fisher, she's the most famous ghost story in Charleston. My ex and I are very. We have spent so many hours, countless hours, doing history on Lavinia Fisher. And he and I got together and wrote a play about her. It's a musical, and Bulldog. We were going to try to get Bulldog Tours to read it and produce it through Dock Street Theater.
Oh, okay.
Lavinia Fisher's my favorite ghost story. I did a video on it last year.
Well, I don't know. It's amazing. Like, you can walk around. That was the one thing that really endeared me, because you can travel all around, and there's certain cities that are just old, but there's something about when you drive into Charleston, it's just it's like you step back a little bit. Obviously the cars are all modern and all that kind of stuff, but it's the old laws. No building can be higher than the church spire.
Of course, the steeple. And one of the funniest things about Charleston, Doug, I don't know if you ever noticed this, but she's right. It does. It lets you step in history. And if you watch Gone with the Wind 2, Scarlet, there's a scene where Scarlet is like driving down one of the most famous roads in Charleston. And you look in the background and you can see that it's this like house, I guess it's not an apartment building, and you see a modern day car parked in the parking lot. As the horse and buggy drives by, you see this little silver car parked in the parking lot. And I'm like,
Oh, that was in Scarlet? Oh, I
yes. And
didn't know that.
I'm like, you forget. I guess somebody forgot to tell them to move their car, and it's just plain as day. You like see this car as they're driving by. I'm like, well, that was a mistake, because it's like this big old silver like car that looks like a Kia or something sitting there as they're driving by. It's kind of like it distorts the reality in the background. And then another scene, you see like a college kid walking on a back street with like a backpack and shorts, and like, it's like y'all really weren't paying a lot of attention on the day you were filming.
It's like the Notebook. Do you remember
huh?
when they? Do you remember when they did the Notebook down there, and they went to what is it called? The Grand. It's an old movie theater down there.
Oh yeah.
And and it's funny because you'll look at it and you'll go, oh, I know exactly where that's at. Or you'll see them go out here, and they did a lot of filming in Cypress Gardens, which has been closed since that flooding we had a few years ago. So yeah, but yeah, I didn't know that. I'll have to look for that now.
God, it's so funny. I died laughing. I'll have to try to find the scene and send it to you one day, because it's just funny. And all of Scarlett's on YouTube, so I'll have to find the clip of the video that it's in and send it to everybody on YouTube, because it's funny. But yeah, that's my favorite. I like North Carolina's pretty too, though.
Oh wow. now you got me really curious. I'm gonna be looking for that.
You got to watch the background of films, and this is what makes people laugh. Doug, you'll think this is funny. I am that person that watches the background and think about really crazy things. Like I was watching this movie called Crimes of the Heart. It's a play that I've directed a couple times. And in this scene, Jessica Lange comes into the house and she sees that Sissy Spacek has stuck her head into the oven. She has a cake in her hand and she's holding it and she takes cake. She goes, oh my God. Well, in reality, the cake would slide in the box and be messed up. So, of course, after she rescues Sassy Spacek out of things, she opens the cake and it's perfect. Only I would catch that because I'm that guy. I like catch crazy things in movies. My friends always like, rewind that back. Why is there a dog in this scene? That kind of dog didn't live back there. I'm like, I need to get a job in Hollywood, like catching people's bloopers. Like Pretty Woman. If you watch Pretty Woman, Julia Roberts is having a scene with Richard Gere.
Mm-hmm.
She's eating a pancake. It goes back to her. She comes back. She's eating something completely different. Goes back. He says line. She's eating another pancake. Then she starts kissing him, and she unbuttons his tie. She undoes his tie, buttons his shirt, flashes back to her. So line. She comes back. His tie's done again. Goes back to her, and his shirt's opened up again. Goes back to him, and it's closed again. All in the same scene. It's the scene where she's undressing him. And it's so funny. I'm like, that is just like, come on, y'all. Pay attention to what you're doing here. Retake. Pay attention here. It was so funny. Like, y'all editing sucks in this movie. It was like, come on, y'all. Julia Roberts, you can do better than this. Oh, I love that kind of stuff. Watching bloopers.
Well, it takes a good eye because most of us would look right past it, I'm
about to start I want to start a TV show this week I got for Christmas that This Is Us.
Really?
Yeah, I got it for Christmas from one of my other YouTube friends on here. It's called This Is Us, and I'm going to watch it.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Doug, what you doing over there? You ain't them cookies? He's probably eating them damn cookies.
Mm-hmm.
Chewing softly.
Huh?
I'm chewing softly.
Where's your coffee cup? I'm afraid you ain't drinking coffee.
No, I am.
Do you have like a coffee pot, or do you have one of them Keurigs, or what is it called? Keurigs?
Keurig.
I got a bun coffee maker and I got a Keurig.
Oh, see, I don't.
Keurig's in my room and the bun coffee maker's in the kitchen.
I don't do coffee enough to have one of those, but
the Keurig is nice. Like, I'm the only person in my house who drinks coffee, so it's perfect for me. But when, I'm like visiting my in-laws or whatever, there's several more people that drink it, so they use the old style, I don't want to say instant, that's the wrong word, coffee pot.
I have, I'm not a coffee drinker at all. I drink hot chocolate. I'm more of a hot chocolate drinker.
Oh, look at you.
Yeah.
Have you tried the junior mint one? Do you like mint?
No. I'm just traditional. Give me a little bit of milk and that kind of stuff, and I'm good. That's just kind of the way it is. I just do it that way. What I do with the hot chocolate, but see, like for coffee, I can drink iced coffee, but I don't like hot coffee. But every once in a while, when it's really, really, really cold, like last time I was in Charleston, for instance, it was really, really cold. One night, I drank a cup of coffee at dinner, but like it's very, very cold. Awesome. My sister said the show This Is Us very addicting. Yeah, I heard that too. Thanks. But I have to be really cold to drink coffee because I can't stand the taste of coffee. It has to have a lot of sugar in it. But now I only use sugar Splenda now.
Yeah, I don't put any sugar in coffee, just creamer.
Oh, see, I don't know. I got hooked on coffee when I was working in New York State prisons, and chock full of nuts is and strained through a sock is the only way I can describe it. It's like, so that's how I had to have mine so sweet and lots of creamer.
You worked in prison?
Mm-hmm. I used to do a literacy training. I did a program called Alternatives to Violence. Basically, you think about from the point you're a law-abiding citizen till you are locked up behind bars is 10 steps, and you get them to recognize what those steps are and catch themselves at number 9, and then the next time try to catch themselves at 8 to the point that they're self-monitoring and they stop themselves before they allow themselves to get to that point of doing things that are going to end them up in jail. And they usually have them take it their last 2 years. It's a kind of a check, little checkbox for them. But
I've had a lot of people say that it actually has helped them, and it's applicable to. It's applicable to all of us, really. If you stop and think about from things that you do that you don't like about yourself or you get mad at yourself about, and you just stop yourself from repeating that behavior. So
I was having a roommate tonight, and he and I were talking about how, like, when I was younger, I used to really be concerned with what people thought about me. And if someone didn't like me, it like truly bothered me.
oh yeah.
Don't care. And I think about it like this, like we were talking about how, like, when we were in high school, we were both bullied, and I used to hold that against her for so long. And then I thought, you know what? I'm 49 years old. That was 27 years ago. These people, I don't even see these people anymore. It's time to let that go and stop being mad at them. I don't even talk to these people. Aren't even in my life. I wouldn't know these people if I saw them today.
You know what? And you have to thank them. And this sounds really crazy, because I was bullied too, and I thank them for doing that, because you know what? It made me stronger. It made me appreciate and value things, my friends, and I didn't just go with the flow. I didn't go with whoever was popular. I looked deeper because of what they did.
Well, I have a story to tell you about that. It happened in Charleston. When I was visiting Charleston right after I had first moved home, it was a while after I had moved home. I went to this club there, and there was this beautiful, oh my God, beautiful drag queen on stage. She was stunning, and she had real boobs. She was a transsexual. And after the show, in between shows, she came out and she said, "Is your name Bradley so-and-so?" And I said, "Yeah." And she kind of smiled, and I said, "Yeah, why? Do you know me?" And she said, "Yeah." Come to find out, she was this guy that used to bully me really badly in high school. Horribly. And she said, "I wanted to apologize to you because I would call you a fag and all these things in school to keep people from realizing that that's what I really was." That I knew all along that I was a transsexual, and so I would bully you and beat you up to try to throw that off of me so I didn't look so bad, but I was trying to question my masculinity. And she said, "I just ask you to forgive me, you know." And I said, "I do forgive you." I said, but I'm glad that you finally reached your true self, and I'm sorry that that's the way you had to reach it, but I don't hate you because I'm proud of you for finally coming to grips and reaching your true self, you know. Really are. But that's when it first dawned on me that sometimes a lot of people that bully you are what they call you.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you know, I was gay in high school. I was a, you know, I would beat you up so people would realize that I was basically wanted to be a woman, and she's now had a sex change and everything.
Oh wow.
And I was like, yeah, I was like, that's so crazy, because he was like the most machoest stud, would beat me up probably every day, call me fag and gay and everything, and now he's a woman. And I'm like, you know, that's kind of like, okay, you know. True story, true story. It's just crazy. But people that go through a lot of stuff like that, I think, I was telling my roommate, I said, you know what, I just had to learn to let it go. And a couple years ago, when I fell into my dark place when my brother died, I finally emerged. I call myself the Phoenix, you know, rising from the flames. I realized I was still pissed at stuff that happened to me 35 years ago. And I thought, I can't be. How's this going to change? I had to start letting go of things. And I was so angry and so full of anger. And like, even my dad and I had a really rocky relationship for a long time. And sometimes I still resent my dad for certain things. And even like today, I have to be like, you know what? Okay, he's not that same man. You know, he is this older man. He's basically a shell of a man that really needs me now. And I can't, you know, it's not the way he used to be. I have to let go of the father that he was when I was growing up and take care of this man, because this is the man I love, you know.
You know what? I had a similar situation with mine, and you know, it wasn't until about 3 years before my dad passed that him and I started talking. I was then a parent, and we would talk about different things, and he explained things. You know, I told him, I said, why did you say the things or do the things or whatever? And he said, look, he said, I made a ton of mistakes. He said, I look back now and realized I was so focused on working that I didn't take time out with you kids, and I missed out on so much. He said, and I was hard on you because I knew you had more potential than you saw in yourself. And I wanted you to be tougher about it. And I'm thinking, you know. And one of the things he said is stuck with me. you know, forever. And he said, none of you kids came with instruction booklets. And he said, the only thing I can say to you is, I did what I did. I said what I said. I can't take it back. The only thing I can do is different from this point on.
Yeah.
And that was like, whoa, you know.
Well, my father, when my father was younger, his father told him after the age of 10 years old, a male child does not tell his father he loves him anymore. It's gay if you do. So my dad did not tell us he loved us growing up after 10 years old. My little brother came around. Like my little brother was abused. He's adopted, and so my little brother had went through a lot with his father, his real father, being abused. I told my dad, my parents, this is so crazy. My mom and dad sat me and my real brother down, the one who passed away, and asked us to tell them what we felt they had done wrong as parents to us, which was so hard to say. But the one thing I told my dad, I said, it wasn't you did anything wrong. I said, it's the fact that you have to learn that he's going to need your love when he's older. When he's 25, 22, you can't tell him after 10 years old you don't love him because he was abused by his real father. He's going to and they still, and so it is hard. But even me, my brother, my roommate is probably knows anything about the world. He just had a conversation with my brother. I don't look at people, but it's weird. I can tell people in here that I love them and I love them and stuff like that. And I do love people, but I have a hard time in real life, like telling my baby brother I love you. And telling my mom that I don't show a lot of emotion in real life. And I have my ways of showing people I love them. Like my little brother wanted some spaghetti one night. So the next day I told my mom, I said, hey, make a big batch of spaghetti. And I took it over to my little brother and my dad. But my little brother didn't understand that was my way of reaching out, saying, here, bro, I love you, man. Here's some spaghetti. This is what you wanted last night, you know, because he's been, oh my God, I've been craving spaghetti for a month. He didn't realize that that's kind of how I reach out. Instead of saying, I love you, bro, this is the way he is. And so we had to kind of connect in that way because he's 27 years younger than I am.
Oh, wow.
I'm old enough to be his dad. I mean, I'm old enough to be his dad. I mean, he's 22, you know, we're 27 years apart. So it's definitely that big age gap, you know, a huge age gap. But I have to learn as I got older, I'm not as emotional. I hide from emotion. It's very hard to.
You're not outwardly emotional, but I'm sure you're like most of us, that you're just a raging, you know, ball of emotions inside, but we've had to learn to, you know, push it down, push it down, push it down.
I cry like a bitch in a movie. I cry through watching Finding Nemo. Finding Nemo, I'm like, like every TV show, like I'm telling y'all, This Is Us is going to take me through it. I can stick in the box. I've been looking at the box this week. I know I'm going to cry. I'm going to cry. I know I cry through Grease. Every time Rizzo sings Their Worst Thing I Could Do, I'm like crying. Like, oh, girl, I feel sad for you, girl. I'm so sorry.
Toy Story 3, no.
Yes, I cried through. I knew Freddie Mercury was going to die when I went to see Bohemian Rhapsody, and I still cried because the man died at the end. I'm like, shoot. You know, I already knew the ending of Freddie Mercury. You know, I was like, what the hell? I already knew this man. You know, I know his story. I love Freddie Mercury. And I freaking cried. I was like, I can watch Steel Magnolias to this day and still cry. And I know Shelby's going to die. But I don't in real life. I don't in real life. I'm not like, it's hard for me. Like when somebody comes to me and says, my mom died in real life, I'm like, oh, I got to, like, what do I say? Like, I kind of freeze a little bit because I don't know what to say then. And I shut a lot of my emotions down as I've gotten older.
Both my parents passed in 2010, and my dad had passed away right before Easter, and I was a complete mess. And but as soon as I got up there, it was like everybody was like, okay, Mama's yours, you have to deal with her. And so I just, you know, started shutting it down. When she passed away right after Halloween, everybody kept saying, you're just such a robot. Why aren't you crying? Why aren't you breaking down? I was like, because there is nobody here that is thinking anything out. We have a house to shut down, animals to figure out what to do with. My parents owned a 300-acre farm. We have to figure this stuff out, and you guys are sitting here wanting to have seances and cry, and you know, I can't do that right now. And one of us has to have some sense. And they got mad at me because, of course, I was being rude, but I was thinking of all the practical things.
Right. No, you're right. You're right about that. I mean, with me, and this sounds really crazy. And Doug, I'm sorry for boring Doug. I think we're just putting poor Doug's like, he's like, when my
I'm
brother,
listening. It's all good.
when my brother died, I fell in a really dark place, and I don't just not. And I am going to do a video and talk more about that. But right after my brother died, and my mom was so sick, I watched a video of Adele. And Adele is like someone I love besides Gaga, who I look up to. And Adele was talking about her song, Someone Like You, a really powerful song she wrote. And she was putting out her new album. And she said, don't expect a song like Someone Like You from me on my new album. And the guy said, why? And she said, because the place I was emotionally when I wrote that song is a place you only go to one time. Because once you learn how to deal with it, you don't go there again. You can deal with that pain you felt from that situation if you ever get there again. So when my mom died, the night I watched my mom die in that hospital bed, that quote popped into my brain of, once you've been through this, you know how to deal with it better. That's what kept me from falling into such a really deep, dark place. Because I was in a bad way right after my brother died, like bad, and that's part of the reason I came to YouTube, is because I wanted to be able to start vlogging about my life and things. And I still don't talk a lot about my mom on YouTube for many reasons. First of all, people like to use it against you and other things like that. Plus, I'm just not always ready to talk about it.
Right.
You know, I've had people say, "Oh, your mom's not really dead. You never show her grave, this, that, and the other." And I'm like, I don't think I have to do that. But if you want me to, I'll show you the grave. I don't care. You know, but it is what it is.
You know, and that's part of it. There's parts of us, and even though we're on YouTube and we might talk about our families or, you know, different situations we've been in, I'm sorry. I don't owe anybody anything to explain why I feel the way I do. You know, I'm very passionate about special needs, and you and I have had that conversation. You know, with my children, I want people to understand that they're wonderful people. Just because they have a diagnosis or a label doesn't make them any less. But as far as me showing videos of them and bringing them on camera, no, I don't owe that to anybody. I share them with the people I trust, and that's just being a mom,
right?
You know, and it's the same way. You know, I admire a lot because you share a lot of your personal experience, and I think that's very valuable because there's a lot of us that don't have that courage. There's a lot of things that I wish I could share with people that might make them understand me a little bit better, but at the same time, I just don't have that courage. So, you know, for that, I really give you a lot of props because you do open up about a lot that most people wouldn't think to share because they don't think it's valuable, and it's valuable to so many. You don't know the people you.
Well, it's like you look back and you think of, you know, if one person can relate to my life or to my story and understand what I went through. Like when I mentioned bullying earlier and all the people that started talking about what they went through in bullying. You know, I work in education, but I used to have a terrible fear of schools. Like I would literally have panic attacks in schools. I couldn't even go to a school. I would flip out. I remember having to go talk to the LGBT community in a school a while back, years ago, and I literally had a panic attack and I sit in the parking lot for like 30 minutes if I could even go in the building before I started teaching. And now I've had to overcome that because I work in a school. I go to school every day. Now it's like, get out of my way. And I'm like walking through. So that was a big step for me when and my friends like, you became a teacher? What? Like what? Like, no, you hated school. You were terrified of school because it was I related it to such a horrible place. And what happened is one day I thought, I'm in charge. I'm the boss. They're not going to bully me. I'm in charge. I'm a grown up.
Well, that's why when people were shocked that I went into higher education, and I said, why? I've always been passionate when it came to education. And they said, well, because you didn't like people. You didn't like talking to people or dealing with people. And now it's like, well, I haven't done it for a while, but when I was, you know, I was an academic advisor. That's all I did was talk to people about education and their need to plan and those type of things. And people are just like, really? You didn't like talking to people. You wanted to, because I wanted to be a veterinarian. And I probably would have been had it not been the reality of my parents couldn't afford to put me through Cornell. And that was a wake-up call. And it was like, my dad had to have that talk, like, sorry, I don't have Cornell money. You're going to have to put yourself through college. And I did. And, I'm glad I went the route I did because I found my passion. And that was sitting and talking with people. But people that knew me in high school, they're absolutely floored. They're just like, really? You spend all day talking to people. It's like, yeah. And they like me. What? Really?
Yeah, I mean, my friends laugh at me because they're like, "You didn't even go to school half the damn time," Because I was that kid who was always cutting class and pretending to be sick and staying home. And they're like, "You hated school, like you barely got by. You only got by because you were cute, and popular, and all the girls loved you. That's the way you got through school." And I was like, "Yeah, what?" They're like, "How can you get into education, dude? What are you doing?" Like,
no, it's like the opposite, right?
is the exact opposite of who I was. I was like, no, I hated school. I couldn't wait to get out of it. I was like, I'm never stepping through these doors again.
Mm-mm.
And it even bothered me though as an adult because I was so bullied. I couldn't even go to college because I was so scared of what would happen to me in college if I left home and didn't have the safety of my mom and dad to save me. It was really tough. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, Doug, are you still with us, buddy?
Yep, I'm listening.
I bet Doug was very popular in high school. He seems like he was friends with everybody.
I bet he was the class clown.
I was a protector of a lot of kids that got bullied. I told them to stand next to me because I was the tallest kid in class. I said, you stand next to me, ain't nobody going to bother you.
How tall are you, Doug?
I'm 6'4".
You're like my brother. My brother he was bullied a lot when he was younger. But because he was born with a hearing deficiency. And when he talked, it was very jumbled. But let me tell you, he is a big time protector. There's no underdog around him. You mess with somebody, you're gonna, and he's a big guy. He has his own little. He lives outside of Buffalo, and people just kind of, they'll kind of look at him kind of strange because he's imposing. And but he was the same way. Stand next to me, nobody's gonna mess with you.
That's what I should do. They ain't gonna bother you around me.
That's awesome. You ever fight a lot in high school, Doug? Did you get a lot of fights?
No, I was taller than a lot of kids in school. So
probably one look at them, we're like,
Any of the kids in class that used to get picked on, I said, just hang out with me. Ain't nobody gonna bother you.
I was like super stud muffin. Like, I'll have to show you. I showed you a picture one time, Doug, but I was like,
I want to see some pictures.
Real quick, I can find it. But I was super stud muffin, super. I was just like super, like the little body, the little tight body. I was Mr. Workout King. I always, I just looked like a little dream for a boat, I guess. And girls used to flock all over me. And then when I came out, now they're like, what the hell? Like, this is me in high school.
Hold on.
Let me put it closer.
Damn, Brad, look at you.
Right out loud, model material right there.
It's what I call my porn look. I call it my super porn look.
Oh, wow. Look at that hair.
See it better now? Can you see it better now?
Oh, yeah. My God. Look at you.
And I'm actually sitting in a girl's lap in that picture. I'm like laid out in a girl's lap in that picture. Like, funny as hell. There's more. There's another one too, like 3 more maybe, so on. But I was like, a friend of mine found that. This is a funny story. I had a friend growing up all through high school. And she and I were like inseparable, and we tried dating, but it just didn't work. But every time I would date some girl, I would always end up, the girl would always end up fighting me. One girl walked up and slapped me one time, and I could never figure it out. So anyway, when this girl and I separated, the night I left to move to Charleston, she wanted us to do nasty and me to, deflower her, and I refused to do it. And because I just didn't want to be that guy. It's like, I can't do this. You know, all these years I've known you, I can't sleep with you and then leave and might never see you again. You know, I'm not that kind of boy. And she later told me when we moved to when I was returning Charleston once to see her before she moved away, that she used to go and tell girls in high school that I was cheating on them with her, so that I wouldn't have a girlfriend because she was in love with me and she was jealous. So that's why they would slap me, because they thought I was sleeping around on them. I could never keep a girlfriend in high school because she would go and tell them me and him were sleeping together, and that would make me so mad when I found out. I was like, damn, girl.
Why are you blocking my game?
It was so hot in high school and around. But I was a geek. I was kind of geeky though, in a way. Like,
oh, I was a big time nerd. God, I lived on a dairy farm. I was a hot mess. I came from a different state, different schools. And this isn't, sitting here like, oh, look at me, but I was in AP classes. I don't know. School was boring for me because I already knew a lot of the stuff. But my biggest hang up was I didn't understand people. Hell, I had to go through kindergarten 3 times because I couldn't get the social.
Right.
They're like, she knows her colors, she knows her shapes, she's good to go. She needs to learn how to play with other children. And I would just look at them like, y'all were boring me, dolls? What? No. Let's read a book together. That's exciting. That's how big of a nerd I was.
I don't want to play no damn dolls. Yeah.
Mm-mm.
I knew that I was gay in high school. I just wouldn't admit it. Like, I knew that something was wrong with me. I knew that I felt it. I knew. Look at that cat, kitty cat. Which one is that, Doug?
This is Blossom. This is Blossom. Show me your pretty face.
Ooh, that looks like the
another one of me. Here's another one of me, guys.
Wow. Brad, look at you.
That's what I was
I'm amazed at all that hair.
Yeah.
So, God, it's so dark.
This is me again when I was in my thug bully phase. I'm gonna be a thug. See how built I was? See how worked out I was? My body was tough. I was buff for days. Look at that, boys and girls. Look at that.
Oh God, looking like Don Johnson. What?
That's my Don Johnson outfit. I had to have that, y'all, for real. I was so upset. I made my mom and daddy buy me that for Christmas. I even had the shoes on, the little web shoes that he wore. I wanted that for Christmas. My mom and daddy bought me that outfit for Christmas because I would not. I insisted I had to have it. I was so in love. And this picture is like me just in high school, just chilling with my friends, just sitting outside. With my little perm. I had a perm put in my hair.
Oh.
That my mom, I wanted a perm, so my mama got me a perm.
Mm-mm-mm.
Yep. Isn't that crazy to see that? Now y'all see what I look like in high school. Let's see the chest hair. I didn't have any back then. Well, I did have a little bit in that picture, but not much. But those are my high school pictures. Now y'all see them, what I look like. Oh wait, here's another one. That's what I'm singing. That's me as a singer.
Oh wow.
And then this is the one I showed you earlier. I look like porn stash. I actually look like an 80s porn star. And it's very funny. I had an agent when I was younger, and my cat, I'm reading about cats. Here's another one. My agent tried to get me into porn.
Oh, Lord.
My mother was like, no, my son will not do porn. Thank you very much. But my mother fired the agent because he wanted me to do porn movies. And my mom was like, no, I did not make my son as an actor. He's not a porn star. Your grandmother would die if you were a porn star. But Mom, I can make a lot. I don't care how much you make. I don't want to tell people that my son is sleeping with everybody in town to be a millionaire. Hell no.
You gotta love a Southern mama.
Mom, I can buy you a new house. I don't care. How am I supposed to tell my friends that my kids took my clothes off? I was dying. I'm always like, so then when I became a drag queen, I was like, my son's a drag queen.
But he don't take his clothes off, okay? He's a drag queen.
Right. My son's a drag. He's a beautiful woman. I appreciate it. I was like, you don't want me to be a porn star, but it's okay being a drag queen.
Oh my God, that's hysterical.
So my mother was Roseanne Barr. My mama was Roseanne. If there was ever a way to describe my mother, she was Roseanne meets Lucy. That was my mom. She was funny. She was so crude and funny. Like, my mom could make you laugh for hours. She had, like, my mom should have had her own YouTube channel because she was hysterical. She would tell the dirtiest jokes, the funniest jokes. Just, oh my God, some of the stuff my mom would say to me and my friends was hysterical. Just,
my dad could tell stories. I don't. He could. I remember him telling us stories about when he was in Vietnam, and you would sit there and just laugh your butt off. And as an adult, you look back and go, he was telling you stories about wartime, and it was funny. How is that possible? No, my mom was interesting. She was extremely brilliant. And she was the type you would give a Mother's Day poem. M is for the many things you do for me and all that kind of stuff. And she would correct it.
oh my God.
She was so brilliant at, language arts. And my dad was dyslexic, and they hadn't picked it up.
I'm dyslexic.
Really? Wow. And well, my one son is dyslexic when it comes to reading, and they both, and I think it has more to do with autism. But there's a term, I think you pronounce it dyscalculia, which is when they read a math problem, they don't know what to eliminate. They read it very linear.
Yeah, I have a slight dyslexia. Mine's really bad when I'm tired or when I'm typing. That's why I'm glad I don't have to type a lot in here, because if you watch me type, I'll start typing backwards sometimes, or words will be backwards. My friends, like when I text message, anybody that I text a lot, they say they speak badly.
Oh, yeah.
So I'll misspell words. And I've gotten out of everything is shorthand now in text. Like, they'll be like, I spell thanks, like TKS, even in real life now. And I was writing a letter to one of my parents the other day for the kids, and I wrote TKS, and I thought, wait a minute, I can't do this. And I wrote, instead of would you bring, I wrote WLD, U, the letter U, and then bring such and such, TKS. And I'm like, wait a minute, I can't write in shorthand to a parent. How do you spell wood? What the hell? How do you spell thanks? I ain't wrote this word in years. Because I talk in text. I do, because I text so much. I'd rather text than call people. I don't like to talk to people on the phone. But, Doug and Doug, wake up. Wake up, bro.
I'm listening.
So your mom is going to be going to the home when, or they're going to tomorrow?
I'm not sure if it's going to be tomorrow or the next day. She has to go there for rehab.
How long did you say she'll be there?
I think they said about 3 weeks.
That'll go by.
I'm not sure. We're going to talk to the lady at the hospital again that was telling us, or we'll probably have to talk to the people at the home that she's going to for the rehab on how long she'll be there for.
May I ask what she's getting rehab for?
She fell in the house and fractured her hip.
Oh.
And they don't do surgery for that. They just put a brace on you and then let you heal.
It's actually it's easier for people that are older, because the surgery. I know my mom had a hip replacement, and my grandmother, they had done surgery on, this was years and years ago, and it actually took more out of her to have the surgery done because she was older.
Right.
So, well, that's good. At least she'll be getting around the clock with the therapy and the physical therapy stuff.
Now, Doug, is she able to get up and move now at any point or anything like that? Or?
Well, when she's living here with me, she was wheelchair bound. So I'm not sure how they're going to like move her around or anything. Because when she first came back from the last time when she came home from the hospital, and I had the Beata people here for 3 weeks helping me and showing me tips on how to take care of her, they tried like crazy to get her to walk, and she just refused. She would not walk. So I used to have to, me and my brother would have to carry her here and carry her there, and the wheelchair, and then, stuff like that. And then I told him that in the hospital. I said, she refuses to walk. She absolutely refuses. So I'm not sure how they're going to do it or anything.
Well, that's kind of what we're going through with my dad, because like my dad, I told you this last night, my dad won't eat. Like he will go and sit there all day and like he won't eat. And like tonight, he let his granddaughter eat his food for him, And so I was like, well, I'm going to order you some more food. He's like, no. I said, no, you got to eat. You got to eat. This is part of the reason you're here. And he started arguing. My roommate, who doesn't really get involved, Gabe said, Dave, this is why you're sitting here, because you refuse to eat at home.
Right.
It's like, darn, eat the burger. And this is why you're sitting. This is why you're weak. Because my dad, he's just late. He doesn't like to get up and move. And so like I told you last night, if I'm sitting there, I get up in the morning and I don't eat breakfast, he won't say, hey son, I'm hungry, will you make me some cereal? He'll just sit there all day.
Oh,
like,
Lord.
if I didn't order his lunch today, he wouldn't have ordered it probably. Like he just doesn't do that. He'll say, I'm not hungry.
I know the lady put a brace on her that's supposed to help with her hip, and my sister had told me, because I was doing something and she went to the hospital to go, see her, and the woman said they put a brace on her and they tried to, stand her up and see if she could walk a little bit, and she refused to do that for them too. She just absolutely will not do it. She's refusing. Yeah.
My mom did the same thing when she was in the nursing home. When she was going to her rehab, she refused to do it, and she said it hurt, and she wouldn't do it. She refused. Sometimes I did with my dad. Now I told my dad tonight that he's got to get up and move with this blood clot and everything. He's got to get up and move more, because that's part of what's causing him to have these blood clots, is sitting so still. And but I was like, my dad he's got to learn to take a little bit better care of himself.
Right. I don't know why they refuse stuff like that. It's crazy.
I think they don't want to. I think like my dad today was like, he was like, if y'all get me somebody to come over here and help, because even the doctor was talking about, we're going to have somebody come over once, like 3 times a week and help you with, it'll be only an hour. He's like, I'm going to cuss him out. I looked at my dad and I said, Dad, they are trained for that. They've probably been cussed out by meaner people than you. You better sit your behind down. And he started going off on that little nurse tonight. And I told you, I stopped him and I said, you owe her an apology, and you're not going to act like this. She's not responsible because your teeth won't go in correctly, because you're not listening to nobody how to put them in correctly, because he has false teeth. And he was like, what? I was like, you're not going to yell at her. She's just doing her job,
Right.
Don't yell at her. She's in here to do her job, and she does not need to be treated with. And she kind of looked at me at the end tonight when I walked out the door. She said, thank you for that earlier today, by the way. And I was like, it's no problem. I said, he's not going to talk to you like that. I was like, you let me know if he does. I said, and I understand he's frustrated and he's mad. It's Christmas and everything. And I told him, I said, Dad, I love you, man. I understand. I wouldn't want to be in the hospital on Christmas either, but you are. And you're not the only person in this hospital on Christmas. And that's like today, I was kind of sad when I got up, because I was like, okay, it's so off what we usually do on Christmas. And as I'm going to the hospital, I see all these other people going upstairs to visit their loved ones. And I think, I'm not the only person in this situation today. My life's not, I'm not the only one. Doug's got a mother in the hospital. I've got a father in the hospital. These people walking in here have families, brothers, sisters, whatever, in the hospital, babies. I'm not the only one that's lived this life. I'm not the only one who's lost my mom or lost my brother. There's other people out there that's in the same situation. It didn't make it quite so sad then. I was like, okay, I'm good. I still seeing my dad, even though it's not Christmas, it's not opening his presents and stuff like that. That can wait, because to me, that's not all about what Christmas is about anyway. That's when it hit me of what Christmas was about for me today. Was I was already sad that Kevin didn't come. I was already going through all these emotions. I was pissed off. And then I realized it's not even about any of that. It's just about, here I am with my dad, my little brother's here, my sister's here, my niece is here. And this is what it's all about. It's not about opening presents. Like I told you, my little brother's like, there ain't nothing under that tree we need right now.
Right.
There's nothing urgent under that tree that you can't wait a day or two until Dad gets out of the hospital. And my little niece, she's almost 4. She's had Santa Claus today, so my dad was thinking he ruined her Christmas. My dad, she don't even know. Trust me, give her 2 or 3 days to enjoy her Santa Claus stuff anyway, and she'll love what you got her even more, because right now she's infatuated with what she got from Santa. She can care less what the rest of us got her. I mean, it's kind of like, okay, so it is what it is. And I think that's when I learned what Christmas is all about, is that, we're not always the only ones in that situation. no matter what we think. You know, we are somebody always in worse. And I think somebody in this hospital, maybe their parents in a coma, maybe they can't even talk to them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they can't even talk to them. So at least my dad is arguing with me and yelling at everybody in town because he hasn't taken his medication. But at least he's not in a coma. Like I remember spending two Christmases with my brother when he was in a coma. Like they woke him up one day on Christmas Eve so that we could spend Christmas with him from a medically induced coma. They woke him up so that by Christmas he would be awake. And right after we left the room, they put him back in a coma. So we only had him for that little bit of a time, you know, to open presents with him. And that was it. He was gone, you know, and it was like, that was like, wow. And so I remember spending, you know, Christmas in the hospital. So that was the hardest thing to us. Like, oh God, this is happening. It's not the first time this has happened to me. Yeah. I'm professional at this. I got this. But my dad didn't want to be in the hospital at Christmas. And I get it. No one does. But hey.
Yeah, there's nothing you do. Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure you didn't want your mom there.
I had to have the doctor talk to me for a long time so I could quit feeling guilty. Because, you know, I told you I was right there and I couldn't stop her from falling. And I felt so bad I couldn't sleep for days. And he was like, it's not your fault. You know, you can only do what you can do. But, yeah, if he didn't talk to me like that, I'd still probably be up 24 hours, you know.
Yeah. And I can tell that night that you spoke to me about it, you had that guilt. And I was like, Doug, it's not your fault, bro. That's like with my dad, and I don't know if I told you this, and I was going to tell you that night, Doug, but I knew you were kind of feeling down. When my mom was dying, you know, she had already been pronounced dead. She died in the emergency room. They brought her back. She was dead for 30 minutes. They brought her back. They put her they couldn't get above her. So all night long she was fighting, you know, they'd lose her. And my dad kept saying, do CPR. And my sister, who has the child, got stuck in the room. First time she coded, we'd taken my dad home. She coded. You could hear them breaking her lungs, you know, like breaking her ribs doing CPR. They got a little bit of a pulse back. Well, hey, Merry Christmas, sweetie. I went to get my father because I wasn't making that call. The nurses are like, you need to decide if we need to stop CPR. I said, I can't. This is my mom. I have to get my dad. So I flew home basically on one tire to get my dad. My best friend is driving like 90 miles an hour. We get back there, and just as my dad gets to him, he said, love you, Brenda. She codes again. And the doctor comes out and he's like, we need to let her go. And my dad refused. And I finally said, Dad, she's gone. And the doctor explained that she'd been dead since 4:30. And my dad still to this day carries that guilt that if he said today, if I would not have said for them to stop doing that to your mama, she would have been alive. And he still believes that. And I think that's a lot of why he's going downhill so bad, is that he's carrying this guilt of, he let my mom die. And he'll say, like he said today, he said, I killed your mom. What do you mean? He said, I told him to stop doing CPR. And I said, Dad, that she was already dead, buddy. And mama didn't want to live like that. Mama had told you all of her life, don't make me live on life support. I don't want to live. That's not living a life. I want to be able to see my kids and my husband come talk to me, not be on a machine. I said, Dad, you didn't. But he still carries this guilt, and he'll get so upset about it. And I don't really, Doug, it's not your fault. And that's what you're.
Yeah, if I didn't, you know, he was telling me about what the X-rays had said and everything, and then I told him, you know, what had happened, and he goes, it's not your fault, man. You can only do what you can do.
Took her here. Did she leave, or she's still here? I think she's here. But yeah, and that's the thing, and I think about that though, Doug. I think about what if I would have had to make that call. Mm-hmm. Like my sister, when my mom coded the first time and the second time, my sister, the doctors pushed her into a corner because where she was standing, because they had to perform. And so my sister was hearing it. She was there as my mom drew her very last breath of life. When my mom died and they shut off the machines, my sister was standing there. So my sister still has like flashbacks and nightmares of it. Like she can't, anytime she thinks of my mom, that's what she sees, is that vision right then and there of my mom. And I can still hear the bones cracking, you know, like them crack, because guys big as you and I work in CPR on this woman. I mean, they're breaking up. It was terrifying. It was the scariest thing I've ever lived through in my life. But my sister still, like, she is like changed. It traumatized her forever. I don't think she'll ever get over it, like to go through that. But like my dad, I even today, he started bringing that up, and I said, Dad, you didn't do that. You know, she was already gone, dude. You know, there's nothing else we can do about it, you know. But I guess if I would have been in that position, I probably might have felt that way too, I guess. You know, that's why I didn't want to make that call. Like the nurses kept trying to force me to make it, you know. Mm-hmm. You know, I couldn't do it. I was like, if my dad would have been gone, if he would have been dead first, then as the oldest child, I guess my brothers and sisters were like, you're the oldest, you make the call. Okay,
Right.
I guess I would have made that big. And plus, I'm her natural child. My brothers and sisters, beside my natural brother died. My other three brothers and sisters are adopted, which doesn't mean they're still my brothers and sisters, but I'm her natural child. I guess it's kind of like they're like, she made you, you decide, boom, you know. And I couldn't do it. I don't know how I would have dealt with that at all. Like, yeah, and that's what my little brother, I was telling about you, my little brother is worried with my dad. Like he was pretty upset, and he said, listen, he said, I'm worried, what if dad, I'm not medically trained to take care of dad the way dad needs to be taken care of anymore. You know, he's like, what if dad falls or something? You know, what am I supposed to do? I don't know how to handle this stuff. And that's why
Right.
I'm trying to reach out and get some help for my little brother, because he's like, I can't lift dad and put him in the shower. You know, I'm scared of what will happen because my dad's getting so frail, you know. It's like your mom, they're very frail the older they get. And
Mhm.
he's worried about that. He's really scared, and he's like, you know, he's 22 years old. He's got a lot on him for a 22-year-old boy. You know, there's nights that he's not been able to go out on a date with his girlfriend because he's had to stay with my dad and stuff like that. And you know, I want to try to get him a little bit of help there, and even if it's just me and my sister having to take turns, I guess, you know.
Mhm.
It's hard. My mom, when my dad passed, my mom was by herself, and she, my mom suffered from diabetes, and we hadn't realized how much my father had reminded her to eat, or have you taken your pills, or you're acting a little strange, let's take your blood sugar, that kind of thing. And you know, she ended up in the hospital a couple times, and the last time, you know, I finally convinced her, like, look, be a snowbird, come on down here, stay with me during the winter, animals welcome. I have a downstairs master suite. It would be all yours. You have your own bathroom, your own privacy. The only thing I can't offer you is like your own kitchen or your own entrance, you know. And she was like, well, you know, yeah, maybe I guess I could travel around and stay with each one of the few girls. And I said, yeah, look, you know, get rid of the farm. There's no animals left. My dad had already done taking care of that a couple years before, and you know, when she passed, it was hard because my two of my sisters gave my baby sister a really hard time about it. And she said, I have 5 kids. I can't run out every time she called. It's just impossible. I needed help, and none of you would help me. And of course, we all lived out of state, but still, we should have gotten together and done something. And, you know, when my sisters were giving her a hard time, I said, look, for the rest of her life, she has the image of our dad, because my dad was in the midst of chemo when he died. She has the memory of seeing him passed away, and she was the one that found my mom. So she has to live with that. Don't give her a hard time.
Right, exactly. And that's what I'm saying is like, you know, my little brother, he volunteered to move in with my dad when mom died.
Right.
You know, he was getting into, but I think it's gotten out of his control now. You know, he's control. And it's just
Hi,
like,
Jacqueline.
hey, Jacqueline. But it's gotten out of his control a little bit. And I think, I mean, it's tough, but you know, you realize that's what we do as kids. We take care of our parents as they get older.
Exactly. And sometimes it's okay. I mean, like you said, your brother is a young man. He's 22. He's not going to know exactly what to do. And on top of that, you know, especially with your father being older and him, you know, maybe he's just afraid if he picks him up the wrong way, he'll hurt him worse.
That's what and he's a big guy, yeah. And that's what I said, good. I'm 49 and I don't know what to do, Bo. I don't know. You know, I get it. And so and I was already planning on getting some living assistance for my dad, or trying to get him some. And they're even talking about putting him in one of those living assisted homes. And my dad was like, hell no, I'm not going in there. And my sister, and I told my sister was talking about that last night too, because we all kind of met last night. And I told him that I made a promise to my mom and my dad that I would never put them in one unless I absolutely had to put them in a nursing home. Like I couldn't do it. And like I couldn't do it. But some people have to. There's no other choice. You know, if my dad was like in the situation with Doug's family mom is, where that might be the best option for my father because he requires that and I can't pay for that, you know, because round the clock care is expensive, then I would have no problem doing that for my father. Now, would I be there every day? Because I know some of the stuff that goes on in that room. Because I'm going to tell you right now, I had to march up in there one day with one of the nurses got rude, but my mama one day appeared at this little nursing home, and she saw a taste to me. And let me tell you something, they didn't mess with me no more because I come through that door. They were scared. I cussed her out, but once I did, I went to her supervisor right in front of her. I come down that hallway. She knew I was mad. I was walking like I had a purpose. And I told her, you don't ever speak to my mama like that. I don't care who you are. You don't tell my mama to shut up. She told my mom to shut up.
Just because your parent or an aunt, an uncle, a grandparent has to go into an assisted living doesn't mean you're abandoning them. You know, you can still be there.
Oh yeah.
It's hard to do it every day, and it's not that you wouldn't give everything, but there's this level of practicalness that has to come into it. You know, I'd always promised my parents the same thing. I would never put them in a home. But even my father, towards the end, when he was hiding how sick he was getting from the chemo, and he even had called and said, look, I need to talk to you. And I didn't know what it was about at the time. I found out about a year later from his sister. And his sister said he wanted to talk to you because he knew that I was I was the only one of the girls that wouldn't get uber emotional. I would look at the practical things and go, okay, this is what we need to do. And this is how we need to handle it. You know, it's a hard choice. And I don't think any child, I don't care how old you are, I don't think any child ever takes that lightly, ever. So, you know, sometimes you just have to do the most difficult things, just like our parents had to do the most difficult things for us sometimes.
Yeah, and raising kids was not easy, and that's certainly something I've always thought about that. Like, you know, my mom and dad didn't make the right choices always, but they made the best ones that they knew how to make. Did they fuck me up a little bit? Probably in some ways, because my mom had a really hard time being a mom. Like, meaning that she was a great mom. She was full of, but she had a hard time sometimes. My mom was raised by a woman that was very hateful and very hurtful. My grandmother was a very very harsh woman. She didn't care. She pulled a gun on my mom and dad the night they got married and said, I didn't adopt you to get married and have children. I adopted you to take care of me when I was old.
Wow.
She told her that to her face. And so she resented my mother having children. So my mom had a hard time with that. Like, my mom was scared of her mother till the day my grandma left this earth. My mother was terrified of this woman. So my mom believed in, like, if I was fat, like when I came out that I was gay, my mother would say things like, maybe you'll get AIDS and die. See, because she thought that I would quit being gay if she shamed me into being gay. Or she would say to my brother, because my brother was big, you know, you're fat. No one wants to be around fat people. You need to lose weight. And she wasn't saying it. For a long time, I hate her for it. I would call her, I would be so mad at her. But then I realized that she was only doing what she was raised to do. She never would hurt her children by saying that. And it took
an example that was given her.
Yeah. And one day I told her, and how I broke her, I said, well, you're a terrible mom. And she just started crying. How dare you say it? And I said, well, Mom's the same thing. And when she realized what she was doing, we had this long talk, and she was what she's doing. She was, oh my God. And she came with us in tears. I would never hurt you boys like that. It's just only thing I know. It's the only thing I know how to be a mom that way. That's how I was raised by my mom. Very hurtful and very angry. And, you know, my grandmother would shame you into doing things. You know, she would make you feel so bad that you did them, you know, and that wasn't the way life is. And so my mom had to learn so much about herself as we got older. My mother was raised by a very prejudiced woman, you know, a very hateful woman who my mom was born with those old prejudices herself, you know.
See, I was raised by, my mom had mental illness, and she only knew how to get through life manipulating. she didn't even realize she was doing it 99% of the time. And, you know, I look at that and it kind of made me, because for a long time I was very angry at her about some of the things she would say to me, like, you know, when I decided to leave my job at the college and stay home with my kids. She said, "Oh, well, you're just settling. I guess, you know, you can't do anything else now but be a housewife." And I thought, my God, you know, I want to be home with my children. They need me right now. And it was those little just jabs. And I realized after she passed, and then talking to my aunt, who is her baby sister, that was the same thing my granny did. And it was weird because I never saw that side of my granny. My granny was like my go-to and my security zone. But to realize that she used to say the same things, or say things like, "What would you do if you came home and I was dead? What would you think if I killed myself in front of you?" And you don't say those types of things to children. And that's when I really started realizing that when you're afflicted, if you want to call it that, with any kind of mental health issue, whether it's depression, in my mother's case, depression and bipolar, you don't really stop and think about the things you're saying because you're just leading by the example you were given. And both of her parents were religious zealots, which I have no problem with people who are religious, but not to the point that you stop thinking for yourself and you start putting your children in harm. And I don't think any one of our parents would ever do that. But it makes a lot of sense when you realize what your grandparents were or how they were. Your parents make so much more sense now, you know.
Doug, if you need to go, buddy, it's cool. I can talk for. If you need to go do your live stream or whatever, I know you.
Yeah.
No, you stay. We'll talk. Doug's gonna go live. I'll go over there and hang out with Doug in a little while. But no, I get it. Doug, are you gonna leave us, Bo?
Yeah, I'm gonna go start my live so I can show off my cookies.
He'll go stay and talk for a few minutes. Then I'll come over and join you. I'll come over to your live stream and watch
it. It's really interesting to listen to, but my parents were like my best friends, so but this is really interesting to listen to.
You know what? My husband had the same relationship with his family. His mom and him were best friends. Absolutely. So it's interesting for me too to hear when people have parents that they just absolutely got along with. It's so, I don't know, foreign, but it's like, wow, that's what I want to be. I want to be my kids, you know, best friend. So
yeah, I get it.
You when I was younger, you could have came with me and my dad and egged houses. You would have loved that.
For me, I would have loved that.
No, sling it this way. It's not going to hit right. Sling it this way. Did you bring the toilet paper? It's in the truck. Go get it. Gotta put it in the tree.
So you had
probably a hoot, man.
You had a great relationship with your parents.
That's awesome.
You see, if you see a cop car coming, you run behind the truck. I'll jump right here. They won't find us. I thought so many times me and my dad were going to jail together. So many times I thought that.
Wow.
He was a hoot.
Oh, that's awesome. I love it.
Well, see, Christmas for me was because of Doug. If you need to go, that's fine, buddy. I love you, and I'll talk to you.
I'm trying to figure this out on my phone. It's
my dad. For me, Christmas was always hard. For me.
Beating you, Doug.
I know. Because of
all right. See you later, guys. I'm gonna take off.
All right, buddy. Good to see you. My dad was a lot of the reason that I grew up hating Christmas.
Yeah.
Because my dad and I would fight almost every Christmas, and there's been some like, I grew up really kind of hard in a lot of ways, and my mom and my dad certainly has anxiety. He has bipolar disorder, things like that. Yeah, we're all gonna go to Doug's here in a few minutes, live stream here in a little while. But yeah, I grew up with a lot of that anger and anxiety and stuff like that too as well. And so I went through a lot of it, and I still suffer from types of depression, which is why I started becoming a YouTuber. You know, I thought when I die, After my mom, I did YouTube for a while, and then my brother got sick, and I quit. And I came back after my brother died, after my mom died, because I didn't want to fall back in a place. I said, I want to vlog about my life. I don't care what I want to vlog about my life, but I also want to be able to share my personal experiences with people, because when I'm dead, I want to matter.
You know what? And I will tell you this much. I haven't known you long, but I have found a lot of what you've talked about very relatable. And it's interesting for me because, one, you know, there's a lot of things that we would be considered opposite: male, female, you know, hetero, homosexual, whatever way you want to go, drag queen, not drag queen, whatever. But I find the most interesting is your insight. And I don't get to talk with many people who are as open as you are. And I'm very open when it comes to talking about mental health issues for my sons. A lot of people aren't, because they're afraid of the repercussions. What you just said about wanting to matter, yeah, I totally relate to that.
I don't want to be a name on a tombstone.
No.
When I walk through like the graveyard, say in Charleston, okay, and I see those names, I think, well, what do I know about Susan Johnson in 1600? I know nothing about Susan Johnson, unless she was famous, like, you know, a celebrity. Oh, I know her, you know, she was on TV or something, you know, like that. So not that I want to matter, but I have fun. Like, I have had a cool life. Like, I've done some crazy shit, done some fun stuff. I lived my life. I lived it. I thought, I don't live to regret anything. I don't regret it because I did it. Okay. If I slept with an ugly person, it's because I did it. Damn it. I went home with him. I did it. Coyote, whatever. I did it. I didn't care, because I wanted to say, hey, I did it. We're like, I was telling my roommate tonight, I've traveled to more. My dad said, God, I wish in my lifetime I would have went to Disney World. He said that tonight. I've been to Disney World twice, you know, so like, I've traveled, I've done things that a lot of my family hasn't done. So I just said, you know, I got these funny stories. Like I did my Barney video, I did my Gay Brady Bunch song. I wanted to put these things down on film so that when I'm gone, you know, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, when I'm dead, hopefully it'll be like 30, 40 years now when I'm dead, but you never know. People can watch my videos and say, wow, this guy was kind of funny. You know, this is cool. You know, this guy had a great story, or maybe they'll make a movie about that one story or something, you know, I don't know. Just, I wanted to matter for a little while in time. And I thought and I wasn't at first, I was scared about being open, to be honest with you, Hooker. I was scared because I didn't want people to throw that back at me in my lifetime.
Right.
On YouTube, because there's some vicious bitches on YouTube, and they'll throw it back at you. They'll come at you. But I realized something. I don't know these people. When these trolls come in here and they don't know me. You don't know me. I don't share. You know, if you some troll, like I did a video recently about somebody who was bullying somebody. I said some things, and that person just sent everybody and their brother me like the winged monkey from the Wizard of Oz. You people don't know nothing about me. You don't even watch my channel. Get off my channel. How you know nothing about me? You know nothing about me except what I choose to share with you on life. So I when I first started YouTube, I was very cautious about what I talked about. And I've had a couple people try to take down my channel, take me down a couple times or whatever. But I just keep going, like, you know what? If I can have 8 people in my room, or I have 80 people in my room, I'm still going to live stream. I'm still going to do what I do. I'm still going to be who I am, because it doesn't matter. It's what I do about YouTube. I am very much, I get people write me all the time. I've had people write me and say that you got to be fake. Nobody can be that nice. I'm exactly who you see I am in real life. I'm probably a little more funnier in real life than I am on YouTube, actually. Like most people meet me in real life, and like, oh my God, you're so funny, which I don't show a lot of that side to YouTube. I don't know why, because I really am that way. But on YouTube, I tend to see a little bit more of my serious side. I share more of my, like my roommates, he wants to start a YouTube channel tonight. He was talking. Okay. Yeah, he really wants to start this. And he's been toying back and forth because he's seen some of the hate that's been thrown at me and things like that. And I told him, you know, you may not be involved in that community or whatever. You may be in a different community, because he's very knowledgeable in many different subjects. And I said, you know, just be who you are, do what you do, and all stuff. And he said, I enjoy YouTube, but I know where to share. When I first came on YouTube, I was going to be like, girl, I'm going to tell everything. I'm going to tell it all. I'm like, if I've lived it. And then I thought, no, I can't tell. Like, I just started opening up about my molestation, and I still haven't discussed completely what I went through in my molestation, because I want to do a full live stream about it. With what I actually, one of the people I love the most about this. And one reason I love Debbie so much is Debbie was the first person who, I was so guarded about that when I came to YouTube. I was like, no one can know this about me. No. And Debbie was so brave to go on a challenge. She brought out this room that had like 300 people in this room on a big show on Uber's channel. And I was so like, oh my God, Debbie, I don't know if you should do this. I don't know if people are hurting you. If people start picking on Debbie, I'm going to kill them. Like, I was getting so angry because I didn't know how they were going to act. But people embraced it. I was so proud of Debbie for being so brave that Debbie gave me the courage to say, hey, you can do this. You can talk about this and you can love about it. I didn't talk about my mom for a long time because when I came to YouTube or back to YouTube, there were some vicious people that were showing pictures of using for their promo pictures of people's dead moms and stuff. And I was like, that is cruel. I don't want some troll to do that. And see, Maxine, don't let the hate stop you from doing what you want to do. That's what I had to learn.
It's true. Look, I came onto YouTube 2 years ago because I had brought my children home and I was homeschooling them. And I went into, for other reasons, I went into just a really dark place. And I found YouTube Hangouts. And I started going in and being in the side chat and interacting with people. And I got involved in one community. And you know what? I made nothing but mistakes. It was a learning curve. I got involved in things that I wish I wouldn't have. I said things I wish I wouldn't have. And I take full ownership for it. You know, I can't blame anybody but myself because ultimately I'm in control of my own self, you know. When I moved into the other community, I was afraid. I was so afraid to talk. I was so afraid to get close to anybody. And I will say this much, it's coming up on a year that I've been in the other community now. A lot of people refer to it as Bob Me YouTube. I love the people that I have met because of that. You're one of them because you got recommended. I went over, I checked you out. And believe it or not, you were recommended by one of the trolls.
Really?
And, yeah. And, you know, and that's the way I look at it. I wasn't sure where my place was, or what I should or shouldn't talk about, or how I should handle myself, or should I even do hangouts? What if these people that didn't like me or the trolls came in? Now, all trolls are welcome. You behave, you get to stay. If not, I block you and hide you. You will never be on my channel again.
Right, and that's let me let my dog out real quick. I'll be right back, and we'll finish for like 2 seconds. We'll walk us through it.
I'm trying to bring up side chat, y'all. I went off my phone onto my computer, so I apologize. Ah, here it is. Sorry if there's any feedback.
I got attacked really viciously by some people, and it's since blown away. And I don't want to really talk much about it because I don't want to rehash it because you know I don't bring back things that have happened. But it was very hard for me to go back to that and to be, you know, okay. I was scared of YouTube. I was so scared of what to talk about that my videos were getting kind of boring. And I met this one lady, and I won't say anything because she's another YouTuber. And she called me one night and she said, TPG, she said, you know, what you need to go back to being who you were in your first videos. She said, because you were so funny and you were so open and you were so honest. And she said, you were real and you were raw. She said, now you're kind of guarded. You can see it in your videos that you're very guarded. You don't talk about a lot of things and you're not who you used to be. And everybody knows it. And that's when I was like, okay. And so I had to go back to that and be who I wanted to be in my videos, which is who I am now. And I had to learn that, you know what? I knew when I made that video a couple weeks ago that there was going to be some hate thrown at me. I said what I have to say. I have no ill feelings towards either party involved in the video, and I've not thrown any more at them. I said what I had to say, and I moved on. I put myself in that drama, and I knew there was going to be repercussions, and I had to face that. Maxine said, Hooker, when you worked in the prison, did you work with the death row inmates?
No, I work with what you would consider minimum to medium security A, which they're usually on their last few years of their bid. They're looking to get out. I was there mainly to help transition them. A lot of them didn't know how to read. A lot of them did not have a GED. A lot of them, obviously they dropped out of high school. And when they're prepping them to get released, there's a lot of things they want them to do. Believe me, New York State, I love to death, but their prison system needs a little rehaul. I see it actually in many states where we're not really rehabilitating. We're not setting them up for success. Unfortunately, I can speak to New York State. They give you a $40 check, an outfit, and they will give you a ride nearest to where you are from, a bus ticket, whatever. But they don't have a job lined up for you. They don't have housing lined up for you. They don't have any of these things. And there are a lot of employers that are actually very friendly, and they will hire on. I'm sorry, I had thought about one point opening up a junkyard, getting old cars and tearing them down for pieces and selling the pieces, carburetors, transmissions, whatever, right? Well, if I'm going to do that, don't I want somebody who is really efficient at stripping cars? I don't want a mechanic that's going to take his time. I want somebody who can get it done and get it done fast. That's the type of thing, and there are a lot of employers that are very, very friendly for that. I just, I found it interesting because originally I was going to do social work, and I realized early on I couldn't do a lot of aspects. Death and dying is very hard for me because I don't deal well with a lot of public grief. So, I write men and women in prison who are lifers and are on the row and love to. Sure. My email, here, I'll type my email in the side chat. Absolutely email me anything you want to ask. I'm pretty much an open book. Let me see. But what you were saying though, Brad, one of the things that I would tell you, and I'm learning this myself too. So, I have decided, because I started getting away from what I set out to do with YouTube, because I like doing the live streams. I like doing the hangouts. I like having a conversation with people because I think it's important. I started getting involved in the drama because it was easy. I could talk about this, I could talk about that. And one of the things I'm doing for myself is I'm not going to say I'm never going to address drama, because I think sometimes you have to. You have to be like, no, ain't going to happen. This is what happened. Get it straight and move on. And I love the fact that you're so open with parts of your life. This is what I'm involved in. Guess what? This is my dress rehearsal. This is what I'm doing. I lost my dog today. Yeah. These are very, very relatable things. And you do them very well. And, I would love if you would be willing. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry, if I'd be willing what?
No, I would love to get you involved, if you would want to maybe come on my live streams sometime. And there's some. It's going to be a discussion. It's going to be topics. I haven't figured it all out. I want to do the thing about community gardening. Doing your little backyard gardens and, doing things to, improve ourselves, and treating things in my hangout is we're a community. Let's help each other.
Right.
And I know I'm going to get a lot of, somebody's wearing rose-colored glasses, aren't we? But there's a lot of things that I think that I would consider you a subject matter expert in, and I would love to get your take on something.
Sure. I actually wanted to talk to you one time about us actually doing a little show kind of like that together. Like Doug and I used to have a really cool Sunday night show, and we had to kind of stop because my schedule got crazy, his schedule got crazy, and we're actually going to bring it back after the first year. He and I would do a Sunday night show together, and it was just so much fun. Hey, Debs. It was just so much fun to do it, and because you and I are both from South Carolina, we were not but 2 hours apart. I mean, I can get in my car right now and be at your house by midnight, probably. You know, I mean, I could be there by 12:30 if I needed to be. You know, I grew up there. I know the military, base. I mean, I know all of that stuff. So it's definitely, yeah. It's just like with me, I guess what I had to learn about so hard on YouTube was, I just had to learn. Like I've had people say TPG, if you're gonna be successful, you have to go in the drama. And people used to first accuse me of like, you can't be, here I came into YouTube. Let me explain. When I first started YouTube, all these people just like started coming to me, and I was so overwhelmed at first. I thought, oh my God, I've never had this much people talking to me in my life. It was like, but here I was, this gay guy, this sweet little gay guy in the middle of all this drama. Everybody hated me. I was so oblivious to it. I didn't know who hated who and who liked who, and I didn't know all that stuff. So I was like, hey, girl. Huh?
I said, you need a flow chart for it.
I did.
Okay, so
I'm live stream. Hey, girl. I'm over there. Hey, girl. And next thing I know, oh, you was over here. Like, I was like, I didn't know y'all hate each other. My bad. I like her, And I finally made a video, and I was like, look, I like people. And then I tell people, I will not get in drama. I've had people make videos about me. I don't address it. The person that I made my video about, she made one about me. I was like, you know what? Hey, I am owed that by you. I respect you. I did that. I'm not going to come after you. I've not said a word. I said what I had to say, and I'm not going to keep fighting it. I'm not going to call people names and hurt people to be a success on YouTube. That's not who I am. That's not what I'm about in real life. No. I don't believe in that. I don't believe in that as an educator, as a person, as anybody. I don't believe in hurting other people. Now, in that video, I was harsh, but the reason I was harsh in that video, and I say it in the video, is I wanted this person to see what it was like to bully someone and to say mean about people. I wanted them to see, and they didn't like it because it triggered this person incredibly bad. They were so triggered. You could tell by the way they were reacting to the video. And then I thought, okay, I see now I probably should have set this person. I probably maybe opened up wounds I should have opened up for this person. But now they understand that maybe what they're doing to the person that they're attacking constantly. Yeah. And you don't have to survive that way. And that's what I was trying to prove as a YouTuber and as a person. And I when I first came here, what I was trying to say is I just got so overwhelmed, and people started saying, he can't be this real. He can't be nice. He can't be a sweet. And like some people have written me, like, are you really who you are? I'm like, I'm just me, people. I'm just a guy. I don't live in a trailer park. I do live in a house. I'm changing the name of my video, my name on my channel after the first of the year, because people do think I live in a trailer park, and I don't. I live in a trailer, but not a trailer park. There was a reason I put that in there, and I'm going to explain it in my video. But I'm known as TPG. That's what we call it, TPG's world. It's just TPG. That's
I like trailer park guy.
That's pretty gay. That's what it's going to be. That's TPG. It's and when I first started on YouTube, it was like, this is my favorite story I tell about YouTube. I think had to be hysterical. I tell this a lot because it's so funny. I was in a live stream, and someone asked me in one of my live streams, TPG, are you gay? And one of my moderators said, girl, have you paid any attention? Are you new here? What? Like, yes, of course he's gay. And I went later in the night to another live stream on a drama channel, and they were discussing in the chat, not the person running the live stream, how TPG had come out of the closet and how I was gay. And all these women that were supposed to be in love with me were realizing I was gay, and people unsubscribed to me. People started leaving, like, I have all my comments set for reviews because I refuse to have hate on any wording on my channel. And people were writing to my channel and like leaving hate messages about me being gay and how dare I do this and hurt people's feelings. And I thought, well, hold up. I've never denied the fact that I was gay. I didn't just come out of the closet, sweetie. I've never denied it. I don't come in and go, hi, I'm TPG and I'm gay. I didn't come out like that, but I never made any qualms about the fact that I like boys.
I'm sorry. I didn't know it was a prerequisite for you to go, hi, my name is Brad. I'm gay. I like men.
Exactly.
I don't come out, hey, my name is Trish. I like men. I'm married. How are you? No, I mean, That's, I get a lot of bullshit from people, to be honest, that angers me at times because they go about me going on camera, right? Now, if you look behind me, I'm obviously in my kitchen, okay? I don't care. I have in the house with two 13-year-olds and a husband and 3 cats. This is who I am. They'll sit there and say, well, you should really do something with your hair. You should put on makeup. They don't like the fact that I come in without my denture in. And I laugh because I said, well, that's not who I am. Why am I going to put on makeup? I don't really care to wear it. I'm not worried about what my hair looks like. You know, if it's too bad, yeah, I'll pull it back. And as far as me not wanting to wear my denture, it's uncomfortable. And I don't like the way it feels. So why do I want to be uncomfortable when I'm having a conversation with my friends or people I enjoy talking to?
Yeah.
Why does that make you so uncomfortable that I'm comfortable with myself? And I would say that would be almost the same with you. You're very comfortable with yourself. And I don't think people understand that. I think they think there's got to be something wrong. It has to be an act.
No, I see. Like with me, it was so funny because I used to know when I first started, I'd get up and do my hair, and it would take me like an hour to get ready to go on camera. And when I used to do my Saturday morning, I would do in the bed, like wake up with TPG show where I would eat breakfast every morning, and on Saturday and Sunday, and I would do a show in the Saturday morning by myself, and then a show Sunday morning with Doug, and I would always eat. That was my big gimmick. I would eat food and stuff like that. And I'd have to get up at like 7, do my hair, run to the post office, and all this stuff like before the show at 9:30. When I thought, this is too much damn work. I'm having to get up to go do a live stream on YouTube, fix my hair, which I just got a new haircut. I ain't spiked it up yet. Let y'all see it. And I'm like, you know what? If I feel like doing my hair today, it takes me 30 minutes to sit down and do my hair to make a video and get myself ready, put on a nice shirt, when I could have already had this video done. Or do you want to see me? You want to see who I am? I'm that guy with hair and jeans and a t-shirt. You know, that's me. If I'm the guy with spiked hair, that's who I am. And you want us to be real on our channels, then let us be real and stop accusing us of being fake or being who we really are.
Exactly. And I mean, you know, people have asked me, well, why do you turn your camera off and on sometimes? I said, yeah. Well, why? If you're so comfortable with yourself. And I said, because my husband and my children are walking past me. And it's not fair for them to be put on camera. Right. And I said, on top of that, you know, sometimes like last week, I had surgery that I ended up having to get the remaining teeth that I had. There were crowns and posts, but they had to be removed. So I couldn't wear the plate for a little bit because it was obviously swollen and hurting, whatever. And I would take it out. Well, do you really want to watch me take it in and out? You know, I'm doing this because out of respect. Not everybody wants to see all that. But as far as me doing my hair and making sure, like, I used to get a lot of crap about, oh, look at your eyes. What's wrong with my eyes? Oh, you know, you have these big bags. Yes, because I'm not sleeping. I have a son that he's also bipolar, but he has more mania. And he'll go 3-4 days without sleeping. So this is how I entertain myself, why I kept an eye on that he wasn't up cooking a pizza at 3 o'clock in the morning. You know, and, you know, I'm sure that, you know, we all want to look our best. We all want to be our best, but sometimes our best is just being who we are.
All right. And like Maxine, I want to address this. Maxine says, talking about people expect her to come out and say I'm in a mixed marriage, like they need to be warned. And Big T says, maybe it shouldn't matter. I have mixed people in my family. Maxine says, Big T up north where we are from, people are like that. Down south we live now, people don't even bat an eye. See, and I think it's the opposite. I think more people in the south have problems with mixed marriage. But that's a good point. But you know what, Maxine, this is something I learned, and I learned this from Rosie O'Donnell. And I don't want to give Rosie credit for a lot. But when Rosie first came out of the closet that she was gay, people were like, why don't you talk about that? Why didn't you say that? And Rosie said, because when I think of 10 words to describe Rosie O'Donnell, gay is not one of them. And that's kind of how I feel. I don't walk up like earlier. I used to have a friend, and she would always, everywhere we go, this is Bradley, my gay friend. This is Bradley, my gay friend. This is Bradley, my gay friend. And one day I finally said, this is Karen, my fat friend. And she's like, you called me fat? Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, you called me fat. And I was like, hey, you called me gay, but you are gay. Well, you're fat. So I'm not lying. So I made her realize that it wasn't important to these people that I was gay. Let them figure it out on their own. Why was it so important to say, this is my gay friend? Do you want all your friends to think you're cool because you have a gay friend? You know,
why does your sexuality define you as anything?
And who is her being married to a person of color or whatever nationality it is to have a mixed marriage? Why does that matter who that person is? So
you know, Maxine, believe me, I have been told, well, you should have said something. What? Again, hi, my name is, I have 2 autistic children, a Black husband, and I'm bipolar, and I'm overweight, and I have, why do I have to give you this? Why can't you just, when I would talk about my husband, and people would, but like, you should have told me he was Black. Why? Why does that even factor into anything? He's my husband. He's a man.
He treats you. My cousin is married to a Black man, and he treats her like a queen.
Well, I mean, you know, it's funny, having come from up north to down here, the one big difference I see is, and I've said this several times, when you live up north, you can work beside me as my equal, but you can't live in my neighborhood because my neighborhood is exclusive. Down south, it's not the same. It's, hey, you can live next door to me. That's fine. We've been doing this for a couple 100 years. But don't think you're my equal at work. Now, those are very antiquated. I don't see that as much. When I moved to South Carolina, I was scared because I was thinking, God, what are we walking into? You know what? People don't give a crap. They look at me, my husband, my kids, keep it moving. The people who have the biggest problem with any kind of mixed anything normally aren't comfortable in their own marriages. And it has nothing to do with color. They're getting their butts beat.
Hey, also. And see, that's weird to me because I've always seen it to be the opposite. Like in the South, like I've always thought that that's where it was more like, you know, because my grandmother was very much that way. And I'm not. And, you know, when I came out as a gay man, it was like, oh, the scandal of our family. You know, oh, my God, let's hide him out back in a trailer park where no one can see him in our family. You know, he's a freak. And so it took a lot of people. Like my mom didn't understand homosexuality for a long time. And it took her a long time to go, you know, to accept gay people, to accept drag queens. My mother, in the end of her life, was going to drag bars, watching drag queens. And when she died, drag queens sent my mother flowers to her funeral, you know?
Well, I think one of the things that you mentioned, I would think, I think a lot of it is being military. Okay. Mm-hmm. You're raised around, there's an equality. We all wear the same uniform. And you will see every possible combination that you can think of. Is you went to school with those kids. You were next door neighbors, and they might have been, one was originally from Korea, the other one was originally from the Gambia. Or you might have had somebody who was Native American with somebody who was Puerto Rican. It didn't matter. You all wore the same uniform. And when you step out into what I call the civilian sector, nowadays there's not as big a deal, because you know why? I find it funny. And you brought it up earlier, and that's what made me think of it. You being an open gay male, they go, oh, I have 2 gay friends. With me, they go, oh, well, I have a friend who's in an interracial marriage. We become tokens to them. We become their go-tos. If you have a friend that happens to be transgender, oh, I have 3 transgender friends. I'm sorry, if you know the exact amount of homosexual friends, transgender friends, interracial friends, black friends, white friends, purple friends, whatever, you prejudice as hell. So shut up
Oh
and
man.
stop. You know what I mean? Stop equating my sexuality, my marriage, my children, and basically using me. My sister does it all the time. I have 2 mixed nephews, so I can't be racist. I'm like, really?
That's a
Oh
racist.
yeah. I show them all the time. I said, so you're using my children to validate your insecurities.
Exactly.
Because when I look at people, I don't want to know what you have between your legs. I don't want to know who you choose to love, except are they good to you? Do
Yeah.
they take care of you? And do they make you feel complete?
You're right, Maxine. They do, and you know what? See, that's so weird. Said up north we had things thrown us while we walked our dogs. Asked why we couldn't stick to our own color. But you know what? I believe that love is love, no matter what. I have had that, like, but you think about this as a guy, as a male, a gay man, until a year or two ago, or a couple years ago, we couldn't even get married. At least black and white could marry, different colors could marry. We weren't allowed to. We couldn't walk down the street holding hands. Now, coming from a man who's done drag for I did drag for 23 years in a club, when I retired, I had been in my 23rd year, to seeing what we went from where no straight people came to playing to predominantly straight audiences because Paul had come around and drag was a big thing. Everybody loved it. To say, okay, this is cool. To be a lot more accepting. It's still not totally accepted in some parts. Nowhere. I still have people go faggot. I was in a store today and so it was like faggot, and I'm like, whatever, I still have people come in and like, I work part-time at Dunkin' Donuts. I don't make no qualms about that either. And I had someone come in today and it's like, I just don't like him. He's queer. I don't like you because you're ugly.
And that's the kind of thing that I find really funny is every generation before us has had a struggle. My father, I remember him and my mom wouldn't talk to me for years because of my husband. And, I told my father, I said, you lost out because my husband is more like you than you even realize. And you missed out because my father never met my children. My mother met them one time. And I told her that would be the last time that I would bring them to her because she referred to them as mulattoes. Now, I understand that was a term she grew up with. But at the same time, people say I'm overly politically correct. No, I call it respect. If I know a term that is used widely offends a wide variety of people or a particular group of people, then I remove it from my vocabulary because I don't need to be that ignorant if I know. Now, if I don't know that I'm using a word that upsets people, tell me. And guess what? It disappears like that.
Yeah, exactly.
And, you do it in the professional sector. I did. There's certain, when you work professionally with all types of people from all walks of life, you learn to become more sensitive, more understanding. Because I'm sure in the school system, just like I did, you had people that walked in that weren't, we'll say, hygienic. And you had to learn to be like non-judgmental. Just because the kids showed up the first day of school with all their stuff in a Walmart bag doesn't mean that they're necessarily poor. Maybe it just means they didn't get a book bag yet. The mom's waiting for them to go on sale.
Right.
You don't judge somebody's economics. That doesn't define them either. That's why I love the name Trailer Park Guy. Because I've heard so many people use that as an insult. And I'm thinking, okay, up north, it's a little different because of the winters and the pipes freezing. And maybe out in the Midwest because of the tornadoes. But down south, there's some gorgeous, gorgeous homes that were manufactured. Guess what? I live in a big house. It doesn't mean crap. I would rather live in some of the manufactured homes because they're more functional, cheaper, and they're just they're actually nicer looking than mine. You know, your home, your house, excuse me, doesn't define you. But you know how many people would like to use that for an insult? Oh, they're trailer park trash. Really? Okay, trailer trash.
Like people call me that. I'm like, and it's the point of it doesn't matter. Like my mom used to laugh at me because I would always say, yeah, honey, I started out poor and worked my way up to outcast, and people are like, my mom would be like, don't say that. Don't call us white trash, which we're not. We didn't grow up white trash when I'm not that way. But the whole trailer park guy came from that image, that stigma that you're saying is I'm like, okay, I'm a stigma. When I've had people say, why don't you play this character of trailer park, whatever. And it isn't really, it was just kind of like I wanted to change. My original channel was called Bradley's World. I kind of wanted something a little different. So I was like, well, here where I'm at, the big thing is about that is the stigma. People make fun of trailer park people, Honey Boo Boo, her mama. People make fun of them. That's what they associate trailer park people. So I'm like, I'm gonna make fun of this in my name.
Do you ever find people that think, and anybody who's in the side chat who happens to be Southern or living in the South long enough that you pick up the accent? I have people who will say, Southerners, they just talk so slow. It's like my IQ drops 20 points listening to them. And I'm like, really? Okay. So if you had a choice between a Northern doctor and a Southern doctor, you would rather have the Northern doctor because he talked faster. Okay. Does that not sound stupid? Do you not hear the words coming out your mouth?
Mm-hmm.
Well, people in the South, they're just so, can't explain it. And I said, they're kind. They speak when it matters. And, 99% of people I've met down here have been nothing but hospitable. There is not a home I have yet to walk into where I'm not offered a drink, a seat, and something to eat. And I've lived all over the country.
Right.
So don't throw people into a stereotype. You want to call me a redneck? Go for it. You want to call me a hillbilly? Go for it. My brother, everybody, I love it when they call him a redneck because he's blonde haired and blue eyed. He will fly the rebel flag off the back of his truck, pumping Jay-Z in and out of his stereo. He doesn't care. To him, it's about doing who he is. I have so much respect for people who march to their own drummer because where you live, where you came from, your family situation, your economic situation, it doesn't define who you are. It helps mold you at times. It doesn't define you. I grew up on a farm shoveling shit. So does that make me lower than somebody else?
Right.
No.
Totally agree. I totally agree. And that's what I was saying. It's like my saying that I say a lot now to people, and it took me a long time to understand this, is what people think about me is none of my business.
Amen.
I don't care. Like, if you think I'm trailer trash, this is why the way that I am, Trisha, is if everyone on YouTube talk trash about you, you're going to intrigue me, first of all. And I'm like, I want to sneak over here and see if this person is as bad as they say she is. Mm-hmm. Okay, I like her. Wow, she's nice. She's not done this to me. I don't have a problem with her.
Right.
There's a certain person on YouTube. I'm not going to say her name because I adore her. People can't stand her. They're always going after this poor woman. Well, I like her. She's never been anything but polite and kind to me. And
right.
So I show her that when she's come in my chats, which is very rare, but she has come in a couple times. She's always been wonderful, polite. Hello, how you doing? If I go into her chats, she's like, hey, baby, she's always kind to me. So I'm not going to dislike her because everyone else has to dislike her. Why? What's she done to me? She's always been very nice. Hey, how you doing, honey? I mean, she don't fawn over me, but she makes it known. She don't start crap with me. I'll start crap with her. And that's just the way it's been. And I enjoy that part about it, is because I don't care like what everyone else thinks about it. Like I'm very good friends with Tammy Slayton. I make no qualms about that. I am friends with Tammy. I text Tammy and we and Tammy talk all the time. I love Tammy Slayton. I don't like people to talk ugly about her, but I respect her. And I've told her this to her face because she is a brave woman to stand there and have the things that is said about her in the hundreds and hundreds of comments that girl gets. But yet every day that girl is making her video. Whatever she's doing, she's live streaming. She is still saying, you know what? I don't care what you think about me.
You know, there's something that Cooper had said to me that is, I know I've heard it before, but it isn't what they call you; it's what you answer to.
Yeah.
You know, and I often think about that a lot of times because you know. Everybody says something. Everybody's always got an opinion, you know? And I don't know. I look at the people who like to try to knock me down and keep me down. Now, you can knock me down because you know what? That teaches me better ways to fall. But I'll always get back up, you know? And I think that's one of the things that I admire about people that I've met. All of us have been knocked down at one point or another, but we've all gotten back up and said, okay, now what? That's the worst you got? And it's like when people say, oh, you know, God, you're so fat. Yep. And guess what? I used to be a lot bigger. Oh, you have no teeth. Yep. I don't have any, like when they say about me, I have no teeth, I'll go, yep, I don't. But I got these and I paid for them. They're mine. You know, you just have to turn it around on them. And you do it. They usually don't have anything else to say because what they remind me of is those kids in high school. They used to run their mouths. And guess what? I still see them wearing their school jackets, drinking beer at football games, you know.
It's crazy. And, you know, that's what I was saying. It's years ago, Trish, I would care about what people said about me. Oh, my God, back in the day, if somebody would have said something ugly about me on YouTube, I'd have never came back. I'd have been like, oh, my God. And when I first got attacked, it was kind of the same thing. And I was like, you know what? Screw these people. I don't need you. Go and say what you want to say on your channel. And my channel has always had my comments set on review since day one.
Right.
I will never, ever, ever, ever take my comments off of review because I am not going to have that hatred spewed in my channel. I appreciate you taking that 5 minutes to write that hateful comment that I'm not even going to read because it's going to be not put on my channel. You just wasted your time. I'm not. If I start reading, you are a ass. Oh, I see the ass. I'm not even reading anymore. I'm done. So you're not even getting to me. You're not affecting me.
Right.
Like, you know, you're not, if you're not financing me, effing me, or feeding me, get out. You know, it's like,
Amen.
you know, you're not, if we're not friends, you know, if you're not brave enough, let me put it this way. If you're not brave enough to come into my live stream or my room with your fake account that has 0 subscribers or 1 subscriber with no picture, if you're not brave enough to show your face to what you're saying, your words have no value to me. Because when I make my video or I say something on YouTube, I say it with this face. They see it and I own up to it. And I say,
right.
I don't have any qualms about what I say. But I wasn't always like this. I'm not. It took a lot of, life has changed me in a lot of ways and made me who I am today. Daniel can tell you, Huggy Bear, he can tell you easier. I used to be very popular in the gay scene, you know, all that kind of stuff. And I think, Danny says, well, lady, you're not that feminine. But yeah, Huggy Bear is such a remarkable man himself. But he can tell you, there was a part of me sometimes it was kind of like a little conceited, a little stuck up. You know, I was the queen, drag queen, you know, and I had to learn that, you know what, life is changes. But I had to be accountable for my actions. I wasn't. Hey, I love you, Marley. But what I had to learn about myself was that I was so mad at everyone else that I wasn't really I was placing the blame on everyone else for my crappy life. When one day I realized it, I made a video titled, Life Doesn't Come with a Remote Control. You have to get your ass off the couch and change it. And I believe that that's when I started going, you know what? I have worked crappy jobs for my whole life because I chose to. I said, I'm going to do something else. I started working in education. I fell in love with what I do. I wanted to be a teacher since I was a kid. So I made the choices I made that led up to that point. Good night, Huggy Bear. I love you, man. that led up to that point to say, hey, only I could fix me. It wasn't, I was pissed off at everyone else, but what can they do? They can't fix who I am. I have to fix my soul and my heart myself.
Have you ever met or seen there he goes by Tucker?
Yeah.
Sometimes Tucker chats, Toby Tucker.
Yeah, I just started seeing Tucker in rooms.
Well, Tucker is an amazing guy. He's somebody I'm very, very, very proud to call my friend. And one of the things when I first started wanting to do stuff over here, he said, why do you concentrate on the people that don't like you? And I said, well, because, it's blah, blah, blah. And he said, look, 51% of the people love you. 49% of the people hate you. So concentrate on that 51%. Don't worry about the 49. Eventually, that number will change. And I thought, oh, you're so full of it. You have no clue. Everybody loved you. And, when I really started going away from even paying attention to my quote-unquote haters, I realized that they don't matter. I gave all my attention to the people that I enjoyed and that enjoyed talking with me. And eventually that number, I don't know if it got smaller or bigger. It just was out of my view. I focus on this right here.
Yeah, the people you love and the people you care about. Like in my room, like trolls, I usually don't even read their comments out loud. Like I'm just like, if you don't, I tell them all the time, my students all the time, ignore ignorance and it goes away. Ignore it, it's going to go away. I used to tell my friends when they'd be live, I would say, if you have bullies and you play with them, they're going to keep coming. But if you don't give them something to bully you about, like when I make a video and somebody, like if somebody made a video about me right now, if it's not worth my time, I'm probably not going to say nothing back. But if I make a video and I say something, that I own up to whatever abuse I have to take for the next couple of weeks, like I did. And after that, I'm done with you. I'm not going to sit here and trash you for the next 6 months of my life. I don't have time for that. I'm not on YouTube to make money, to do this stuff. I'm here because it's what I do. It's what I love. It's enjoy shooting. I never dreamed in my lifetime that I would be able to have friends in different states, or even in, like my wonderful dear friend Allie, who lives over in England, or my friend Jacqueline, who lives in Canada, Debbie Davis, people like Doug, people I would have never met had I not been on YouTube, had I just been a guy who, and when I was on my hiatus, I did not watch vloggers. Only one vlogger I watched, and that's Dreamer73 Femme. I watched her all the time, and she's who inspired me to become a vlogger. I watched like videos and movies. I didn't watch stuff like that. I was just like, done. I was like, who is this woman? I don't want to watch about her life. Like, I didn't care. But now that I do it, I'm like, and I still have people write to me and say I've had some amazing stories shared with me, Trish, some amazing things. And I just have to, one thing I tell people is, I'm just a guy from a trailer in South Carolina. I'm not the almighty. I'm not this mother. I just have lived a hard life. I've lived, and I learned from my mistakes. I owned up to everything I've done. I've had an addiction. I still have an addiction. I have two major addictions in my life. I have two huge addictions in my life. They're not drugs or alcohol, but I have two big addictions. And I'm addicted to food and I'm addicted to sex. Those are my big addictions. And so it's like I have to learn to cope with those and deal with those in other ways. But I've done drugs. I've done drinking. I mean, I was a bartender, for God's sakes. I worked in a drag bar. Come on, people would tip you an 8-ball. So I did, but I don't deny that stuff that I did it in my life because I learned from it. It helped create the man that I am today.
If you stop making any attention, is that any attention, positive or negative, is attention. And unfortunately, some people come on here just for attention. They don't care if you hate them. They don't care if you love them. I think as we mature and we morph, we start to realize that we don't want the negative attention because it doesn't feed us. And I mean that not in like a food way, but when you have people you surround yourself with like-minded people, positive people, that energy feeds you and it inspires you and it makes you more creative. and it helps lift you out of funks that you can find yourself in. And I don't know. I believe me, when you were talking about getting into those funks, I spent like almost a year just not understanding what I was doing wrong. And it literally took me hitting complete rock bottom with myself, my health, everything, to realize, you know what? None of this matters. You want to hate me? You want to call me names? Go for it, because you are giving up your energy. I don't need it. I'm not taking it. But the people that I talk to that I find very positive, yeah, I'm gonna feed off your energy because it's healthy, it's positive, it feeds the soul, if you want to call it that. I
Yeah,
don't want to be around people who are toxic. I don't need that.
you're right. And that's the same thing here on YouTube. And like, I've been criticized, and I'm not gonna say I've had some people in the last couple months kind of turn their back on me because they don't like some things I've said to them in real life or something like that. But I don't like false people, and I catch it quickly. And so when I'm friends with you, I am your friend for life. I've got your back. Because
Amen.
everyone else hates Tammy Slayton doesn't mean I have to hate her. I like Tammy. She's funny. Me and her send all kinds of funny messages back and forth all day. I enjoy her company. We are friends. We are legitimately friends. If I want to talk to Tammy on the phone, I can. She sent me Merry Christmas. When I sent me Merry Christmas, we talk. We record messages. We have a good time together. I have no problem with her. I understand that people do. But my issue with Tammy, all that stuff that happened with Tammy was long before I was friends with Tammy.
Mm-hmm.
It's
And
not my
nothing.
issue. It's not my drama. It's
Mm-hmm.
not my dog in that fight. I wasn't involved in that. So it's not my energy. It's not my concern what other people think about her. And if you dislike me because I'm friends with her, then you're missing out, not me, honey, because I don't need you. I
Mm-hmm.
honestly don't need you. You know, I don't have time for negativity. But I will call a bitch out. I will call a bitch in a minute. I'll call it out like I feel it because I'm not gonna play that. I don't, homie, don't play that. Even with my own friends, they know. And I had to learn that the only thing I did have to learn is, and this came from some people on YouTube. Um, I had to learn once I met people in real life that sometimes my way of speaking was a little harsher. Like on the phone, I'd have conversations with certain people, and I would really hurt their feelings in the way I was saying it. And I had to realize, okay, TPG, sometimes this person can't handle you being quite so harsh. You need to kind of a little bit think about the way you're going to word this to this person before you say it to this person, because you're hurting this person's feelings really badly. And
See, my sister, she loves to ask me for advice. She'll call. What do you? Okay, first of all, I'm gonna have to give you my disclaimer. Do you want me to tell you what I think, or do you want me to tell you what you want to hear? And she'll go, well, of course I want to know what you think. I said, okay, then here's the thing. You know who I am. You know how I speak. I'm very, very blunt. I'm very honest, and I call a spade a spade. So, are you prepared to hear what I have to say? And sometimes she'll start laughing and she'll go, okay, I just need to vent. Cool. Vent away. I will not say a word. But if you call me and you ask for my opinion and you want me to be truthful, then you have to be ready to accept that truth. And I've been on the receiving end too. I've asked for somebody's opinion and I said, I want you to be truthful with me. And they were, and it hurt. It hurt a lot. But I asked for it. So I can't get mad at somebody for being truthful if I ask for them to be truthful. And I think that's where people get confused. They think that I want you to tell me, to be honest with me. Well, sometimes honesty is raw and it hurts. But if you don't want that and you can't deal with that, then don't ask for it.
well, that's like the person, one of the people that's angry with me about it is because she's mad at me because I was so honest with her. But at the same time, she's always saying, well, I hate people who lie to me. Don't ever lie to me. So you're mad at me for being honest and say I'm a bitch and go around stuff. But yet you're mad at me if I lie to you. So where's this changing? You know, I can't, you want me to be truthful to you. So I had to learn to be truthful, but to sugarcoat some things. That's what I'm trying to say, is that I had to learn to be truthful. You know, like instead of saying, girl, you look horrible in that dress, I had to say, girl, you know what? That's just not your color, honey, but it's cute, but it's just not your color. Instead of going, girl, take that thing off, girl, you know better than that, girl, come on. You know, make it feel awful. I had to learn to say, well, it's not my color. I wouldn't wear that or whatever, you know, something like that. And I had to learn that was my, huh?
It's to sweeten it up a little bit.
Yeah, for certain people. Then there's other people I'm like, girl, you know what? Like my best friend, I was forgetting about Jamie. His friends me and Sharon was, you would love him because he is country as day as long as he's got the thickest country accent ever. But he don't play. He don't care what he says. He will say it. And he'll look at you and say, I love you, Trish, I love you, girl, but it's like this. And then he's gonna hug you at the end and say, girl, I love you though. I love you hands down, girl. But I always start the same way. Like somebody will say, TPG, what do you think in real life? And I'll say, do you want me to answer that? And I say, ask you one more time. Do you answer? When they say, yes, I want to. Do you want me to be honest? Yes, of course. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Diarrhea of the mouth happens and they say, clutch my pearls, I'm offended. Hey, I start off, do you really want me to answer that question? That should already tell you my answer is probably not going to be good.
Exactly.
If I'm already saying, you really don't want to hear what I have to say, are you sure you want me to answer that question for you? Yes. Okay, why are you mad at what I said? Don't get mad and say, oh, TPG, I want you to be honest with me, and then get mad at me for being honest. I don't have time for that. I don't have crazy. I don't have enough crazy in my life. I don't need crazier people. You know, I just don't have time for it. And that's one of the biggest things I've come to understand is, and I used to realize that I used to think I could fix everything in the world. And I realized that I can't fix the world. Hell, I got to fix myself. I can't fix everybody else's crazy. I just can't. I just have to learn to accept, to love. Like Marley December. I love Marley. Marley has one of the most wonderful channels on YouTube. She's so sweet and she's so positive. And I watch Marley I can just sit here and I close my eyes just like this. And her voice is so soothing and so full of energy and so full of life that I just love her so very much as a person. And her videos and her channels just take me, I'm like, wow, you know, the world's a better place with Marley in it. Just that's how I feel about her videos. Like Jacqueline 0473, the same way. They're just very positive, their videos, and I'm like, oh, you know, and people say that about me all the time, and I'm like, well, I'm glad that that's awesome that I want, you know, people to understand that I'm just here who I am. I'm not going to change, and I'm not. And as the new year comes on, what I was going to tell you, Trish, what I was talking about earlier is I'm really struggling. I was thinking about not doing YouTube anymore after the first of the year. I've been struggling for a while with it because of where my channel was. Like people will say to me, TPG, we miss you reviewing RuPaul. We miss you reviewing movies. Well, when I do them, nobody watches the videos. You know, I reviewed Star is Born. I reviewed Bohemian Rhapsody. They got the lowest amount of views on my videos. You guys say, oh, we miss you reviewing RuPaul. I did when no one watched it. So I thought, well, you're not watching these things you're telling me to do. And then I thought, I'm not going to become a drama channel for people to do this. I didn't know what. I love you to the moon and back too, Jacqueline. I didn't know what to do with my channel. Where do I go? You know, Jacqueline has an amazing crafting channel. Marley, they have their niche. They do what they do. I'm all over the board. Like, am I a vlogger? Am I this? Am I that? You know, what am I? And it finally I was like, you know what? I'm just going to do what I do. If I'm going to go here and do a vlog and my vlog is boring, turn it off. I would. You know, and that's why I don't vlog every day. I was telling Jacqueline this. If I get home from work and I ain't done nothing exciting, well, I don't want to get on here and tell you about that.
Right.
But if I've had something cool happen, you know, and then people say to me all the time, well, why don't you share more about school? Well, we're not allowed to. We're not really allowed to discuss our students and our parents and things like that at school. So that's why I go, school is fine because I'm not really allowed to talk a lot about that because that's a whole nother issue. I've already had people threatening to call.
That's even more than FERPA. That's HIPAA.
That's what? Yeah, that's still, yeah, it's HIPAA, yeah.
You don't follow, like, a lot of teachers fall under one law. You fall under two.
Yep.
Because of the nature of the students that you work with. And it's unfortunate because I think you could shed a light to so many people, but you can't, because you have to follow the laws, and you are in a more, I don't want to say precarious, that's not the right word, but you work in a more sensitive area. And even though you could shed so much light, your first order of business is protecting your students, and that's what you do. And it's unfortunate because, I think you could wake up a lot of people, and but you can't. You're held to the letter of the law. And like I said, not only with FERPA, which all teachers fall under, but you also fall under the HIPAA laws, and there's just nothing you can do, and it's not your fault,
And I've had people say, right, you're right. I had some people write me, some of my haters write me and say, I'm going to call your school. First of all, you don't know what school I work at because I never tell anyone. And I don't ever show anything that what school I work at. I've worked at different schools, so I have 6 different schools shirts from those schools. If you see me in a school shirt video, that's probably not the school I work at, because I'm not dumb enough to wear the school that I currently work at shirt in a live stream video or any video.
Right.
I'm not that dumb. I'm a little more educated. So you're wrong to call that school, because they're going to tell you I don't know who the hell you're talking about. Number 2 is people say we should be ashamed, you shouldn't talk about that on YouTube. That's why this is the way I feel. I am who I am in real life. I'm different. I'm professional at work.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a professional. I still have fun. I have a teacher all the time tells me, she's like, I just love you. You make me laugh. When I need a fun day, I come talk to you because you make me laugh. Because I'll roll my like, girl, please, Lord Jesus. Like all week, I was like, girl, 7.5 hours, 13 minutes, and 42 seconds till Christmas break. But I'm really not counting. And people would just roll,
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, oh my God. And I'm like, but I'm not counting, And it was like, but at the same time, it's like, I find a lot of humor is laughter, and laughter is humor. And so for me, if I can get through one day and make someone laugh or someone feel better about themselves, it's okay. Like the reason I started live streaming on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day was not because I'm addicted to YouTube. What it was is I realized that, like last night, my dad's in the hospital. He's still in the hospital today. There's someone else out there who they might be all alone.
A lot more than you realize.
Right. And if they can come into a live stream with me for 2 hours and have a little bit of companionship on Christmas Eve, so be it. One of the biggest things I do is send out Christmas cards every year. Anybody that wants a Christmas card from me, hell, I'll send you one in July if you want one. I don't care. I got boxes of them. Is because I want someone to have a little bit of Christmas spirit and say, wow, I got a card. That is so cool. Like,
you were my first Christmas card.
Really?
And I've gotten 4 Christmas cards this year. Not one of them from a family member, a neighbor, anything. They were all from people that I have met and made friends with on YouTube.
Yeah. And there's people who I have a list of every address who's ever sent me any kind. Hey, to your mama, who's ever sent me a gift or a card or anything. I keep it in a book, and I send them a card, and I don't expect one back, but I still send them a card every single year. And unless it comes back to me, that I know their address is gone, then I scratch out their address. And even then, if I happen to see them, I'll say, hey, I need your new address, Yeah, it was her first Christmas card, exactly. And see, to me, that's an important sign to me to go, wow, I enjoy that, to know that it brightens someone's day, or something like that, just to, to have a good time. And I mean, it's just, it is what it is. And people, I just want to spread a little bit of joy around in this crazy ass world we live in sometimes,
And you know what? You got to just do it one at a time. You know what I mean? And that's what people don't get. And, like for me, I'm horrible. I'm so horrible. Ask my husband about sending out packages. I've got probably a dozen that I need to take down to the post office. But I keep thinking, I want to add this and I want to put this in there and all that kind of thing. And, but one of the things I try to do is, to the best of my ability, is send out, even if it's a message. If I know it's your birthday, if I know it's a holiday or something, I know you're by yourself or whatever, because I remember those days. And I remember sometimes just sitting days on end, sometimes weeks on end, and not being able to talk to people, you know. And they were like, but you're married with kids. And like, yeah, but how many conversations can you really have with two 12-year-olds, two 10-year-olds, whatever?
Oh, I get it. Yeah.
You know, sometimes I just like to get on and chit chat with people. And, you know, people say, oh, your hangouts are so, they're what's the word? Laid back. And I'm like, yeah, I know they're boring at times for some people because they want the drama. They want that. And I don't. I want to talk to people. I want to get to know them. What makes them tick? You know, what are their likes, dislikes? You know, tell me a funny story. You know, that's the kind of stuff I enjoy.
Yeah, exactly. And I do enjoy that, like sending out, like Marley December and sent my dad, and I gotta give my dad his card too, but Marley December sent my dad a Christmas card. And I
Oh,
gave it to my dad, and this first one he got. He hasn't got any cards this year. And he sat there and he held that card in his hand just like this, and he read it 3 times, and he said, "This is so nice. Who is this lady?" And I said, "She's a friend of mine from YouTube." And he said, "This is so wonderful." And like he has another one that I got to take him from Carol that I have to take him that I got a couple days ago, and he's been sick and I haven't seen him until yesterday. So I got it set out to take him to tomorrow at the hospital because this will cheer him up so bad. I said the other day, he said, you know, of all the people I know in my life, the only person to send me a Christmas card was a lady from your YouTube channel. That was such a nice thing to do. And I said, well, I got another one for you. He's like, oh my God, I can't wait to read it. And just to see that little bit of happiness from Marley, who to my dad is a total stranger, made him so happy. He carried that thing around for like an hour on his table. Just he thought it was awesome. And I caught him like 3 other times reading it. He just thought it was the neatest thing. And I thought this gave my dad so much. Marley has no idea how much joy that really brought my father. And then to think, wow, my dad's right. None of his family sent him a Christmas. His own sister didn't send him a Christmas card. And that sometimes with me, it's like I've had people say, you're the only card I ever got. Well, and I don't send them out. And like people send me gifts. And I had somebody the other day write me, and I've been told this 3 times. People jump me sometimes and say, well, how come every time you get a present or you get a card, you make a video? It's like you're rubbing in what you get. No, that's not the case. I do it for appreciation because I don't expect anyone to send me anything on YouTube. No one owes me anything. They don't owe to send me a card, nothing. I don't do it for that. But what I do it for is my roommate, Gabe, who I told you is fixing to have his own channel. He did make me promise him that whenever I got a card or a letter, I would always acknowledge that person on film so that that person would at least know I appreciate it, because I'm not entitled to anything. So when I get a present or I get, you know, YouTube made my birthday phenomenal this year. Just all the love I got from the letters, the cards, the gifts. It was phenomenal. Just the outpour of it was. I got up that morning. You were doing live stream. Said, hey, baby, Merry Christmas, you know, happy birthday. It started off with that love, and it just continued to go. I got post-ups at all these packages and cards. I was like, geez, you know, it was so awesome. You know, and I knew I had a lot of love and support here with my dad being in the hospital. And that's why I had gotten those packages yesterday. And I said, I'm going to open it tomorrow. My video tomorrow. Because it is Christmas. And it gives me that little Christmas feeling of having that or whatever. And I am thankful for every person that I've met on YouTube, because everyone has touched my life. Am I personally friends with some people outside of YouTube? No, but I don't have to be. I care about these people and they care about me. And it sometimes overwhelms me to think, Trish, how I think, wow, people find my life interesting. Like, I'm like, I think it's kind of boring myself, you know, but people write me all the time. I have some beautiful cards, and I never read the personal messages because it's between me and that person. But I've had a couple people say, thank you for sharing your life with me. Thank you for, you know, letting us know a little bit about you and helping me in this way. And that's what I do for. Just like as a teacher, when I come in and those little kids say, we love you, or thank you, or I see a breakthrough in a kid, I look at the other people in my classroom, we all go, wow, that's kind of, we taught them that. That is cool. This is why we do what we do. You know, we don't care if they fall back tomorrow. They got that today, damn it. You know, they did it. They're here. They've learned where they're at. And it's an awesome feeling, I think, for people to experience that. You know? And Maxine, you don't have to be in the drama to be a part of YouTube. It's
Mm-mm.
going to come to you, though. People are going to bring it to you. And I was told very early on YouTube, the more popular you get, the more jealous people are going to get of you. And I really didn't believe that until now. I do, honey. I have seen it firsthand. The more successful, somebody's always trying to one up you. You know, if and you have to realize and say, you know what? Just let them. If you feel better, try to make things, copy me or do things or try to be better, then please do it. Because I'm just gonna make my channel. I'm gonna be me.
Mm-hmm.
And
That's all you can do.
you know, if you don't like it, I'm sorry. Don't watch me. And I told somebody the other day on real life, if you and I are watching a movie, Trisha, we're sitting there and we're watching a movie on TV. We don't like it. We can pick up that remote control and change it to a channel that we like. Nothing is holding a gun to our head saying we have to watch this TV show. Nothing is going to change in our lives if we don't watch that show. So
Exactly.
so it's the same thing on YouTube. You don't have to watch these people. No one's forcing you to watch these people. If you're being offended by these people, don't watch it, because I sure as hell am not going to watch somebody that offends me. I'm just not going to do it.
Right.
But if I don't, and one of the problems that somebody has with me right now is because I'm gay, they felt like I should stick up for all gay people. Well, okay, I get it. But when I didn't witness the said behavior that you're claiming happened, and I go to this live stream to see it, and then I don't see it, I'm like, I can't stick up for something I don't see happening, you know. I don't have to feel the same way you do, I guess is what I'm trying to say about it. You know, because I'm gay doesn't mean that I have to hate this person because they said something you don't like.
Well, and the thing with it is, that is one piece and part of your life. That is not your entire life.
Right.
Why should everything, do you stick up for everybody who lives in South Carolina, everybody who, is a drag queen? Do you stick up for everybody who lives in the same type of home, the same neighborhood? No. You shouldn't have to stick up for somebody just because.
Right. And there was this past summer, one of the biggest things I was talking about with somebody was we had this kid everybody was claiming he was being bullied by the other kids. And I was like, all right. So they said, keep on it. Well, I'm sitting there, and the next day I watch him come over and he starts sitting down with this group of bullies and starts insulting their mom, saying really nasty things. Of course, they beat the living crap out of him. And I thought, you are putting yourself like in a den of tigers, and you're like, food. Okay. And then you're going to insult them and they're going to beat your ass. I'm not saving you anymore. And I went back to other people. I was like, hey, he's the one instigating this, you know? And then the next day he sits down and says, I'm going to come in here tomorrow and kill you guys. Well, what? You're the one causing all the problem, not them. You're getting your butt beat for the things you're saying to them, but you're trying to play victim. And I don't like that. I don't like people play victim that aren't victims either. Not today, not ever. That bothers me, because if you're not a victim, don't pretend to be a victim, and don't make someone else out to be bad. Because, and this happens to me with my brother and sister in my family a lot, is I'm made out to be a villain because I am a very open and honest person who says what I mean and does it. I don't, you know, my boyfriends have had frustrations with that. People have had frustrations, but I'm not gonna hold my tongue. I'm just not gonna do it. But people think I'm stupid a lot. And that's the thing, I'm not stupid. They think because I'm from a trailer park. I'm very smart. But I'll tell you a secret. If you play dumb, people tend to tell you a hell of a lot more.
Mm-hmm.
Tend to show you a side of them, and then you go, okay, I got you, sister. Because you think I'm dumb, but now I'm seeing who you really are. So don't play me like that, because that's not how it is. You know what I'm saying? Like in life, I think that's important for all of us to understand. It's just like with you, when I first met you here, my child started going to child. I love your live streams because you don't hold your tongue. You say what you say, and you're like, I'm sorry if you feel that way. I'm sorry. My bad. Oops. Oops, I did it again. But you don't try. You 60 streams about that person. You're like me. You say what you say and you move on. You're like, all right. And just because everyone else doesn't like so-and-so doesn't mean I have to like so-and-so, and I don't say any names anymore because there are people that go, oh, I don't like that or whatever. Just like thumbs down. I know people that flip out over thumbs down. Well, let me explain something about thumb down that is natural. I don't know if you know this. It's actually proven. When someone thumbs down your video, they actually do you a favor because it puts you in their recommended feed.
Yep.
So every time they sign on, your beautiful face is going to be right there like this. That's all they're going to see. So they're doing you a favor.
That's what people get it very twisted. They do. I said, sorry. That's where people get it very, very, very twisted when they think that thumbsing you down or coming in and not saying anything, right? Well, I'm just going to lurk. Well, here's something. Break it down for you. Anytime you're watching and lurking, you're still giving a view. Thank you. You thumbs me down, you thumbs me up. It's a view. Thank you. You comment. Thank you. It's a view. Every time you come in and want to put your hateful whatever in the side chat, go for it. Every comment you make is counted as a view. So if you dislike me that much, you sure are showing me a lot of support. And you're driving my view count up. So again, thank you. And like you said, now I've just become a permanent picture in your feed. And I will show up every time, whether you're subscribed to me or not.
Yep. And when you talk about me and you badmouth me on your channel, all you're doing is putting curiosity up, because that's one of the reasons I found Amy Slayton, Tammy's sister, is all this hate was being thrown at her. And I was like, who's this girl? I'm going to go check her out. And I started going to chat and I really liked her. And I quit watching the people that was throwing hate to her because I really liked her. So I found her through people hating on her. Like you said, somebody said earlier, you found me through a troll who was probably hating on me.
Oh, and it was really funny because when the troll came in and go over here and tell him Carlos owns them. What? And I click on it, which I happen to be on my computer because 90% of the time I can't do it on my phone because the iPhone doesn't pick up the links when things are dropped. And I came over and I'm listening and I'm thinking, and I watched how you handled the people that came in. You were like, just ignore them. Here, click, 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 and they were gone. And I thought, I like his style. And then I just started listening more. And then it was funny because Mikey had suggested, go over and check out TPG. And then another person would, and Debbie and Tracy, same thing. And so, word of mouth, especially if people enjoy your stuff. But also, believe it or not, the haters can point people in your direction that find you interesting. They find you, entertaining. So, no matter what, you can always sweeten up hate. And that's the way I look at it. People want to come over and hate on me, say things in my side chat. But again, I'll give you a pass. But you start hate speech, racist, block, click, hide. You're done. Try it again. Come in again, because I'll do the same thing.
Go ahead.
No. But that's what I'm saying. So everybody who's trying to show hate is actually showing you more love. It's weird,
Right. Well, I had somebody. I watched a lady in her live stream one time just get ridiculed by these people, and all of a sudden, she just kind of turned around, and now these trolls that were hating on her are mods in her room now.
Yep.
Because they actually like, I like your channel. You're actually a really nice girl, and all of a sudden they're like, now they're defending her against trolls that were in there that hate on her. Like, don't hate on her. And they're like, what? Like, you're a troll. And I just thought that was the neatest thing, how she just, she did it by like, okay, whatever. She kept talking in her live stream and just being her and doing what she did and didn't really care. And people were like, Oh, okay. Well, I would adjust the same policy. I don't care if somebody comes in here what they got to say about me. Don't you know? I don't care. Say it because if people like me and somebody pops in and says, "Oh, you're this, this, and this, and this," well, if my people that are in my life should believe it, then I'm sorry. Rather than they go, you know what, he ain't that way. Get out of my face.
Right.
So I think that that's where I don't allow personal drama to affect me. And it's like my dad was saying today, it was like something about a movie star. And he said, well, I never really got a movie star so because I don't know these people. They don't affect my life. I'm sorry that so and so died, but I didn't know that person in real life. So, it doesn't really, I'm not going to get all sad and be depressed because someone passed away in Hollywood that I never met or known. And I kind of thought, well, that's kind of the same thing. Hello, Mary and Winifred Parker. I love her too. She is so awesome. Have you ever met her?
No, I haven't.
Can you keep me entertained for a second while I go get me some ice cream?
Sure, sure.
Talk to me. Read the comments. I'm gonna get some ice cream now.
Oh, goodness gracious. So, Maxine, if you're still here, what got you into writing? Out of curiosity, if you don't mind me asking. Karate Joe, love it. Anne Winifred Parks. What part of the UK are you from? Can I ask, Anne? I have a friend in Norwich, one in Manchester, Cornwall, and another, they're Geordie. They're up near Newcastle. Oh, ice cream. Oh, that sounds so good. So good. Oh, Birmingham. You know what? I had a friend that used to get so mad at me because I say Birmingham, She said, it's Birmingham, Buckingham. And anyways, she likes to correct me all the time. So we have fun with it. Birmingham. Okay. No, I was curious, what got you into writing and sending cards out of curiosity? Oh yeah, when I said I went to Buckingham Palace, she goes, "Oh my God, you Americans!" Or I think she called me a Yank, but anyways, yeah, she used to like to tease me a lot about that. My cat got new toys, and they are like running around the kitchen, hitting each other with them. I do not know. Good Lord. My son got this little thing from this video game called Fallout.
I'm back. My dog, whose name is actually Charleston, had to go outside.
Oh, my.
His name is Charleston Pugin from Pugin's Porch.
Oh, really?
Charleston Pugin.
That's cute.
Not Charlie, but his name is Charleston Pugin. I believe that, yeah, she fell apart. I started making it completely funny. Good. And you know what? You sometimes, and that's what I was going to say to you, Chimama. When I got attacked, I had to leave for a couple of weeks because I started falling apart. And I really started, you know what? From this moment on, no one is ever going to make me stop doing what I love. And I have been an entertainer all my life. My mom said when I was 1 year old, I would stand on top, I would try to recite things, I would lip sync songs. I've always loved people, being a people person, I was a drag queen, whatever. But the point matter is that no one's going to take from me what I love anymore. If you don't like me, I don't care. Don't like me. But I'm not going to let somebody stop me from doing what I love because they have a problem, because they're probably jealous of me. Tammy Slayton, a lot of people that hate Tammy Slayton hate on Tammy because they're jealous of the success and the love that Tammy has. Because a lot of people love Tammy and they send Tammy gifts because they love her,
Well, and I think too, unfortunately, people like to revel, if you will, in other people's misery. And I think sometimes they like to revel in other people's failures, but they don't want to celebrate and revel in their success. And well, they shouldn't be successful that way. That's just wrong. Well, why is it wrong? Is that person happy? Okay, then why isn't that enough?
Mhm.
And it's sad. It's sad to me, anyways.
It is sad because you know what? We all, but it is common though, like certain channels that make fun of Tammy all the time is because they don't want people to see their flaws. They
Mm-hmm.
don't want people to go, I'm big, so I'm calling someone else big. You know, because if I call someone else big, then you're not going to notice that I'm a big person.
Mm-hmm.
Or, you know, this, and this. And it's jealousy, or they're just plain outright jealous that, you know, Tammy gets super chats or Tammy gets gifts in the mail because people care about her and say, hey, Tammy, I love you. Here's a present. Happy birthday. You know, or I just want to send you a gift because I can. Sometimes I'll pick up my book and I'll get a card out and I'll go to Walmart and buy a card and I'll send it to one of the people I know just because I want to for no reason. And they'll be like, why'd you send me a card? I'm like, because I can. They're like, oh my God, it made my day. You know? But it's not expected from people.
Right.
She doesn't get online and ask people to send her stuff. They just do. And if other people are jealous of that, because some of the people I've watched that do hate on Tammy, they don't get that kind of stuff in the mail. I mean, there's probably a reason for it because you got a bad heart.
Okay.
Tammy's got a good heart with good intentions, and that's why she's so loved on YouTube.
Well, and I think too that people.
Exactly, Ann, I agree. Listen, I'm listening. Go ahead.
No, I'm reading it too. Yeah, I don't know. I think you're right. I think there's a guy that I've gotten to know since coming to Bobby YouTube that I really enjoy, and his name is Seeds to Freedom. And he said oftentimes people say the exact opposite of what they really mean or feel or whatever. And I thought, God, that doesn't make any sense. Well, then I started really thinking about it, and it's true. People will sit there and say, oh, well, this person, I would never do that. Yeah, you would. And you probably have. So why are you saying no to it now? Well, you're usually saying no because you don't want people to look at you or pay attention to the fact that you're unhappy or whatever.
Right.
And it's sad.
And people are often sad about there's those of people who are happy with their own life. Like I am happy with my life finally. For the first time I told my roommate tonight, we were talking. I said, I pretty much have come to the conclusion that I'm probably never going to have a boyfriend in real life for a long period of time. I'm probably never going to get married. And I'm okay with that because I'm what most gay men are not like. I'm overweight and I'm over 40. And it's hard to find a lover at that age and to be a hefty man or whatever. But I'm happy for the first time in my life with my job, with the people around me, with people I've met on YouTube. I'm happy and I'm not going to jeopardize that for anything. And so I'm like, you know what? I'm okay with that. I'm okay with my happiness. And people are jealous of me sometimes because they're not.
Right.
They're not happy with their own lives and their own where they are. And that's just the way it is. And it's like, that's just the way it's going to be. But
you know what? I'll tell you this much, and you can take it for what it's worth. I used to feel the same way because nobody wanted to date me in high school. I wasn't attractive. I was quite overweight. I was actually quite obese. And a lot of people found that to be very off-putting and whatnot. And one of the things that was, I tell different people, and it's true, is when I met my husband, I was in no way, shape, or form looking for any kind of relationship. I was going to college. I was doing my thing. That's all I wanted to do. And it's now almost 24 years later. And I was twice the size I am now. When him and I got together, I was was well into, 420, 430. And by the time I had the gastric bypass done, I was what, 530? So weight is something that we're more conscious of than the people that love us. And you know what? You'd be surprised the people that'll come in your life that when you least expect it.
Well, you know what?
Yourself out.
You're right. You know what's funny about me, and I'll make another confession. I seem to be really opening up to you tonight. I was bulimic growing up. When those pictures I showed you earlier of me in high school and stuff, I was sticking my finger down my throat, and I was doing whatever I could to stay thin because my dad was a big man. My mom wasn't a small person, and I wanted to be thin and perfect. And I was an actor. I was trying to be a professional actor. I had all these dreams. I was going to move to Hollywood, so I had to look like everybody. And that's one reason when they approached me about being in porn is because I look like a porn star. But what people didn't realize was I was sticking my finger down my throat, hurting myself to keep that image up. So but what people didn't see about it was when I would look in the mirror, I would see a 700-pound man. Even though I weighed 120, I saw myself as a 700. Even now, like I weigh the biggest I'm at now, and I weigh like 280 or about 270 was what I weigh now. But I feel like I weigh 900 pounds.
Body dysmorphia.
Huh?
It's like a form of body dysmorphia. When you look in the mirror, you don't see the accurate person. Mm-hmm. I look in the mirror because I was never small. I was always a big girl. But I look in the mirror, and there would be times that I would still see this super morbidly obese woman looking back at me. But I think over time, and I've said this to people who want to get the gastric. I've said, don't get it as a weight loss, a weight loss thing. It's a tool. That's what it is. And if you can't look at yourself in the mirror now and like the person staring back, don't get it. Because I got the surgery thinking it would fix everything. And I actually, much like bulimia, I walked away with more issues. I'm malnutritioned. I have lost all my teeth, a percentage of my hair. I've weakened my immune system because in the effort to become, super small, which was never going to happen, they said, oh, you should weigh 120 pounds. I came in at 220, and that was about it. I looked really horrible. But the thing with it is that there's a trade-off. And with bulimia, I'm sure you had issues with your esophagus, you had issues with your teeth, you had issues with all kinds of things.
I have really bad. I actually developed a rare gum disease where eventually all of my teeth will fall out. They're falling out quicker than I care to count. I have a bad case of acid reflux, severe acid reflux caused from it. So it was a lot of things, but to me, it was all about, I was young, I was good looking. I never thought I was good looking, but people said I was. I wanted to be an actor, and I had these agents that were looking at me, and they were like, hey, we want you to look like George Michael. And to where I got to obsessed where I was dyeing my hair like George Michael. I was going through all these looks, all these changes, and then one day this guy's like, hey, I want you to be a porn star and make porn. And I thought, oh, this is cool. I can do what I love and make money at it. Hey, this is fine. But then I was striving so hard to look like these people that everyone else wanted me to be, that I wasn't me. I wasn't happy.
Right.
Of who I strive to be. Instead, I was making myself sick. I was thinking, I'm making myself physically ill because I'm trying to look like what society or what everybody else thinks I should be, thin and perfect, have the best body. But instead, I wasn't. You're very wise psychologically. It's necessary to be healthy. Everything else will fall in place. You're exactly right. You're exactly right. And it's all about, for me, as I've got older, I just had to learn to love me. Exactly. I love me, and I want to be thinner only because of my health. Like I just ate a bowl of ice cream. I can't do that anymore. But after Christmas, I want to be healthier for myself and my health.
And big people, I'm sorry to to expel the myth here. You can be big and be healthy. You know, I remember before I had the gastric done, I would walk in and the doctor would be like, I can't find anything wrong with you except you're obese. I said, well, you know, what about this? What about that? No. Low blood sugar, low blood pressure. You just must come from, you know, big stock. I said, well, I do. But God, my grandmother's diabetic. My mother's diabetic. I must have all these health problems because of my size. And they said, no. But I developed a lot after trying to get down to what I thought society standard of beauty was.
Right.
It's not worth it.
You know, Trish, what I love too, and that's why when Bruce, I love somebody like Adele, who came out, and she's a bigger lady. And here she came out in this time when female singers were all sexy and beautiful. And here she was, this beautiful big girl who all of a sudden was like, hey, I'm a big girl. And she started singing. She dressed beautifully, and she made women go, you know what? I can still be a larger woman and be successful and be beautiful and be glamorous, and people will look at me. More people were going to see her than going to see the skinny girls, you know? And that's what I loved about Gaga, was that she was, not Gaga, I mean about Adele, was that here she was changing that for people. She was telling girls, just be you. Don't worry about your size. If you're talented, play yourself, you know. Play to who you are. Don't play to whatever everybody else wants you to be. She didn't go and lose weight either. She's like, you know what? I'm gonna eat this cheeseburger and I'm gonna smoke this cigarette, and you gonna listen. You gonna buy my new album, you know. And
You remember what was her name? Do you remember Kelly Price?
the
She was
singer,
an R&B. Kelly Price. She she
R&B
was
singer.
another one. Jennifer. Gosh, what was her name? Yes, another one. Aretha Franklin, Gladys Knight. All these are women who struggled with their weight. And, you know, Luther Vandross, perfect example. Big Luther, little Luther, that used to be the joke, you know. But we all have one part of us, whether it's our weight or our look, our teeth, our hair, our eyes, whatever it is. We all want to look better. And, you know, one of the things that I tell my sons, because my one son, because of his medication, he's gained a tremendous amount of weight. And he's a twin. So he looks across the table and sees somebody that looks just like him, much thinner. And I told him, I said, you know, are you happy with you? And he said, well, I'm tired a lot. I said, well, then what do you need to do? Well, I guess I could walk. That sounds good to me. Every day, him and his brother get up first thing. They take a walk. They come back, and they take another walk, usually after school's done. Because to them, that's their time of talking. They're away from mom, you know, and they can talk about whatever. And, you know, he's going to be a big guy. And I point that out to him a lot. I was like, look, here's a picture of my dad. My dad was 6'4". He was 230 pounds. He's a big guy. Here's your uncle, 6'1", about almost, I think he's 280, 300. You know, you come from big people, but it doesn't mean that's an excuse for you to go eat a Twinkie and a Snickers and all that good stuff, which he doesn't. But when we go to the doctors, that's the first thing they look at. He walks in with his dad, no problems. He walks in with me. Well, Mom, you need to stop buying all that soda pop and cakes and pies. And I'm thinking, he eats healthier than anybody in this house. But because I'm big, you just assume that we're sitting here eating unhealthy, and that's not true. I mean, I saw it in the side chat. Chai Mama, she said, everything in moderation. You can have that little bit of ice cream. You just can't have, 5 scoops or 3, 1 scoop, half scoop, whatever. It doesn't mean you got to stop, and I wish people, we could get that through to our kids or the next generation, whatever you want to say. It's okay to not be perfect. It's okay to have blemishes. You know, hair that doesn't look just right, or a flat butt, fat butt, no chest, big chest, you know, pudgy belly. I cannot stand to watch a girl who's 13, 14 years old looking in the mirror going, you know, I just had a tummy tuck. I'm thinking, you still have baby fat, honey. What are you doing? You know, and that's the kind of stuff that just, it blows my mind. And I just, like you said about Adele, I just admire people that come out and say, you know what, I'm big, get over it, and do their thing. But you wonder, in private, are they like that? Did they struggle? Did they beat themselves up like we all have, you know? It just, I don't know. Sorry, I'm ranting and raving.
Oh no, no, no. I understand completely. I mean, I get it. I understand it, and you know, it is that. But it's sad that society. That's what I'm. Why? What is I love Adele is because society at that point had put this stigmata on women that you know, in order to be a successful woman, you had to wear your bra and your panties. You had to wear this. You had to look that way. You had to be sexy, skinny. And here come Adele, who wore a simple black dress. You know, beautiful woman, stunningly beautiful, with an amazing voice, who said, you know what? I'm a big girl. I'm gonna always be a big girl, but I can outsing all y'all. And I ain't got to dress like no hoochie mama to sell records. I can do this on my own. And she really inspired a lot of women. When we were doing Hairspray, my friend who played Tracy, she loved being Tracy because my friend is a beautiful woman, beautiful girl, can sing like there was business. And she played Tracy because she, as a big girl, it was Tracy's a hero. Tracy Turnblad says, hey, I'm okay with being a big girl. And then here's her mama, who is a big woman, who has locked herself in the house and won't come out because her mama has said, hey, this is the way. When I played Mama, one of the things that they loved about me that they talked about even in the review was I took Mama from this frumpy, dumpy housewife who was scared of us to this sexy woman. Like, you know, I've got the hair and curlers, this frumpy moo on. Then you see me again, I'm a little bit better. And then when Mama finally goes in and gets her makeover, I come out in this sexy black dress with a lot of diamonds and the big flip wig, you know. And then the next scene, you see me like in this sexy pantsuit that's cut a little low in the front. And then at the end, I've got this gorgeous gown on because Mama's supposed to be at her prettiest. I've got this evening gown on, big red hair. I tried to make Mama go, you know what? Even though I'm a bigger woman, I can still be sexy.
That's right.
I played Mama as a sexy woman. And, you know, Mama's like, hey, I'm sexy. I feel good about myself. And I want to show people that I feel good about myself. And that was what I really tried hard to play Mama as, was that, you know.
Well, that's why I think even like with yourself, you know, you talk about older and heavier. And I'm thinking, believe me, there is a man out there who is looking just for that.
Not in my area. Not in my area. There's not. Mm-hmm. It's very here. It's very stigmata here where I live in this town for that. Not necessarily in other places, but it is where I'm here. But eventually, like, you know, I don't know, I guess because it's a smaller community here versus other places.
I'll go with that.
Versus, yeah, bigger cities, there's men right now that would knock themselves over to be with me, but not here in my area. Oh, I look beautiful as Mama. Thank you, darling. I'm about to hopefully one day get a videotape of it so I can put some of it online. You guys can see it. And that's the thing about children. You're right. Society makes kids hate to look in the mirror. It's sad, and they shouldn't. I tell my kids all the time in school, love who you are. Embrace who you are. Don't worry about it, honey. We are different. Let your freak flag fly. Be who you are. Don't worry about it. If you're a big girl, honey, that one of my favorite movies right now on television, that movie Dumpling, that's on Netflix. Y'all need to all watch that movie. Have y'all watched it? I'm going to do a review.
I've heard about it.
It is about a girl who is a really big girl, and her mom is played by Jennifer Aniston. And her mom is a beautiful woman who is a former beauty queen, right? And her mom is obsessed with the pageant scene, so she's a little bit upset at the fact that her daughter's a large girl. Well, her daughter decides to join this beauty pageant to kind of make fun of the beauty scene when she realizes that and there's like people that like her for her, and she doesn't see that. that she feels like no guy or people gonna like her because she's big. So she's inspired by Dolly Parton. Dolly Parton is her favorite singer, and Dolly Parton's music inspires her. And finally, I'm not gonna tell the whole movie, but it basically makes her learn to accept herself as a big woman, that she can be pretty, she can be sexy, and that people really can be attracted to her, even though she's a big girl. That she doesn't have to always be that way. And it's one of the best movies to that effect, I think, that I've ever seen in a long time. Like, it's just such a great movie.
There was a movie. Did you ever follow Ricky Lake at all?
Oh yes, I love Ricky Lake. Baby Cakes.
Exactly. My husband and I, when we first met, I was just amazed. Well, not even amazed. I was upset with the fact that somebody would find a big girl attractive. That there was something wrong with that, because that's all I'd ever had programmed into me. And my husband, on the other hand, was amazed that he found a big girl attractive, because he had always went for the cheerleader types. And we've had this discussion for many, many years, back and forth, like, why? And he said, I think it was your attitude. He said, you just didn't care what people thought of you. And I said, I didn't. And he said, if people could take time and get past the physical end, if we could all be blind when we're dating and just listen to the person, listen to their mind, their thoughts, their ideas on things, and just listen to them, that eventually when you saw them, you would see what you fell in love with, which was their mind. And, there's a guy that I've gotten to know, his name, he goes by Rujix. And he said, I love my wife so much because I go to bed and I want to wake up and I want to continue the conversation we had the night before. And I thought, God, that's beautiful, And, but I think too often we teach our kids to be self-conscious of their looks, or to, like, you want to look for this type of man, or you want to look for this type of girl. No, their heart will tell them who to love. And, I've been asked the question, well, what would you do if your son came home and said, Mom, I'm gay, or I want to be a woman? I would say, well, I would have the same talk I would have with them about anything else. Is this what you want? Or is this somebody else telling you? That would be one. And if you're sure, then fine. Find somebody that makes you happy. And if changing your body makes you happy, and you're sure this is what you want to do, then take your time. And that has to do with relationships, and it has to do with changing yourself. Take the time to do it. Don't rush. And, they were like, well, you can't tell me you wouldn't be upset. No, my husband and I had that conversation before we had children. What would you do if this happened or that happened? I wouldn't care. As long as they found, and I tell them this all the time, if you find a man or a woman that makes you happy and makes you smile and makes you laugh, then go for it. There's no judgment here. And, a lot of people find it very disturbing that I have conversations with my children about transgender. And why would you open that conversation? Did they bring it to you? And I was like, no. They actually, I'm friends with people that are transitioning. I have relatives that are transitioning or have transitioned. And, the conversation, there's an opening, and I took it. And my sons are, it doesn't quite make sense because they're very linear, concrete thinkers. But then they're like, well, if they're happy, okay. And off they walk.
Right, exactly. I mean, it's the same thing with me. It's like, and I've never found myself to be like an attractive person. Like, I've just never felt that way. And so when people, like when I was in high school and, people would just, oh, you're so attractive, I'd be like, nah, I never have felt that way because I was so scared of becoming conceited. And then like when I started doing, getting into wanting to be an actor, and, these directors were coming at me, at every angle, it was like, wow. And then, all of a sudden they would root me into porn and stuff. And they're like, oh, you're so beautiful. I never believed that about myself, and I'm never going to believe that about myself. Like I was so scared of becoming conceited and stuck on myself. And that's not what I wanted to be. That I was like, no, I'm not an attractive person. And I don't know, it took a lot for me to go, okay, I am that way though. I am attractive. I am a good person, you know. But listen, I'm gonna go ahead and get off of here because I'm getting sleepy and I
I was
gotta
just gonna ask you, tell you I was gonna have to jump off. That was my my son's having a hard time going down, and I'm gonna have to go deal with him. But thank you so much for having me on. I really enjoyed this.
I love it. I love to do it again with you anytime. I'd love to come on your channel. Guys, this is Awesome Hooker. Type something in the chat real quick so they can subscribe to you like it's in here. She does a lot of live streams. Guys, check her out. She's an awesome person. She does a lot of live streams. Usually does them really early in the mornings, like when she's up, but check them out. And I'm sure she'll come back and be my guest again. And
I will, and definitely I will hit you up about coming on because there's a few things that I would love to bring you on panel with.
Yeah, the early morning ones, as long as I'm off that day. But if it's not like when I'm not at work, because I'm always going to work. But yeah, definitely let's get together. But you have a great time, and I love you so much. I love you guys. Thanks for coming. Remember, hating is a disease, and some of these people on YouTube need to get well soon. All right, love you guys. Peace.